Oh, we're live. Yes. Hello, Istanbul. Hello, Athens. How you doing? Good to see you on this side of the world. Good morning, Athens. Welcome, welcome. All of our friends in America, Canada, Mexico, they're all asleep right now. Even those guys on the Pacific coast, they're all sound asleep. But that's okay because we're together in the East. It's True Crime Metrics East. Good morning, East. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Are we live? Maybe we should check if we're live. Feel free to write in the comments in Sanskrit or Arabic. We have an interpreter. Her name is Soap, and she is ready with her translation device. Okay, good to see you all. Good to see you all. We're going to say welcome in the chat. Welcome. Hey, it's Grish. Grish Kapoor. Welcome, Bangladesh. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Grish Kapoor. Welcome, Bangladesh. Are you from Bangladesh, Grish? Okay. Welcome, Grish. Yes, we're going to be looking at Luis Rivera's 2022 testimony today, folks. The Wendy Adelson video is still not ready. You know, it just takes such a damn long time to edit those videos. Welcome, Pie Bird. Welcome. Oh, man, we saw a pie yesterday, Pie Bird, that was the size of a pool table. It was enormous. It was so big. An empada de galinha. Chicken pie. Very nice. But they use only the very best chicken. Okay, we are looking at Luis Rivera's 2022 testimony because the Wendy Adelson that we've got coming out, guys, is going to be looking at whether or not Wendy Adelson's testimony is worth anything. Is it worth an immunity deal? Is it worth not arresting her for 10 years because she might not give testimony? You know, that's been my opinion for so long. I've been willing to go along with the state and say, okay, so you can't arrest her yet, because if you did arrest her, then when you put her on the stand, she might plead the fifth and not say anything, and you might not get these other convictions. So let's get these convictions, then arrest Wendy, and then, you know, we'll prosecute Wendy on her own, and it won't matter whether or not she pleads the fifth. I've been willing to go along with that, but lately I've been thinking I'd rather see her arrested. Arrested? Who says that? Tweety Pie. Arrested. A West Wendy. Yeah, so I'm afraid it's still not ready. But a testimony that was very useful of Luis Rivera, head of the Latin Kings, head of the Northern Miami faction of the Ling, who was present on various road trips from Miami to Tallahassee with shooter Sigfredo Garcia, who saw the killing with his own eyes, who gave testimony about the bullet hole in the Prius, about other things that could be verified, which, you know, lends credence to his testimony that can't be verified, right? If you say a bunch of stuff and the cops go, oh, we better go and check if that bullet hole story is true, and it is, that makes it look like you're in the habit of telling the truth. Unlike Wendy Adelson, who's very much not in the habit of telling the truth. So we're going to be having a look at Luis's 2022 testimony, and now it's quite a long video. Part 1 is 3 hours, almost. I don't know if we're going to do the whole thing, but it's just, you know, we need to kick off our shoes and put a video on that doesn't require... What is wrong with my voice? It's very early. It's very early. In Portugal, in sunny Portugal. It's very early. Anyway, we're going to play the video now, guys.
Mr. Rivera, if you could step up to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in, okay? Please raise your right hand, Stacy Clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please have a seat.
What is your name, sir?
Luis Rivera.
Do you go by any other names?
Tato.
Is that T-A-T-O?
Yes,
Tato?
ma'am.
Where are you from?
How is the audio levels, guys? I'm just looking. I've got this nice little audio mixer down here. So I'm going to turn me up a little bit. And then I'm going to turn up the video as well.
Ma'am,
Have you ever been convicted of a felony?
yes,
How many?
10.
Are you currently incarcerated?
10, bless him. Good double-digit number, 10. 9 would have been no good. I like 10 for my felony convictions count. Those levels they look okay to me, but I can't hear. If anyone could send us a comment and say yes, the levels are really good. I mean, are they good as in equal? Like I was listening to one of our streams recently, and my voice was audible, but lower than the video. So we want them about the same, so that when people are listening on the car radio or in the gym, that they get a good experience, a good listening experience. Thanks, Grish. Perfect volume. Thanks a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
In federal prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you
By the way, is this Grish as in Grish who makes all that fantastic content about the Adelson case? Or is this another Grish?
currently serving a sentence associated with the murder case that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also serving a federal sentence for a RICO case unrelated to the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Patricia, good morning, Patricia.
What was your plea in reference to this murder case?
19 years.
19 years. And what did you have to do in exchange for the 19 years as
Cooperate.
opposed? Cooperate. What does that mean?
Okay, my voice is cutting. Okay, let's quickly do an audio test on my voice. I'm going to turn it down just a little bit, and I'm going to state the months of the year. January, February. Now let's do the poem. What is the poem? 30 days have September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, apart from February, which has 28 or 29 on leap years. Did it cut out there?
To you.
Say nothing but the truth.
Hold on one second.
Could the witness perhaps sit forward so we can hear him and also see him at the defense counsel table?
We might need to adjust this chair a little bit so we can have these up personally. All right?
Oh, man. I'd love to tuck in the head of the Latin King's chair like a baby at the dinner table. Luis Rivera's not used to that kind of treatment.
Okay, thank you.
Can you see?
Yes, see him now.
You may proceed.
He does have a bit of a baby face, though, don't you think?
All right, cooperate. What does it mean to you?
Tell?
Tell what you did?
Yeah. Snitch, I guess.
Snitch, okay. And has anybody told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Have I told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Am I giving you some kind of code signals of what to say?
Not at all.
Remember Dan Rashbaum when he said, yes, Miss Kappelman was holding up a different color folder, directing the witness, telling him what to say. Yeah, she would hold up a red folder for yes and a blue folder for no. What a reach, Daniel Rashbaum. You're an embarrassment to the legal profession, Daniel Rashbaum. You should be ashamed of yourself, Daniel Rashbaum.
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever done that for
Nope.
you? Your lawyer?
No, ma'am.
Law enforcement?
Nope.
All right.
Yeah, I know, Patricia Burns. He did a bad thing. Bad Lewis. Bad thing, Lewis. But he is kind of cool, isn't he? I think we all like him a little bit. But maybe that's just when we have the contrasting comparison of fucking Charlie Adelson, irredeemable person, and then Wendy Adelson, the devil herself. Compared to Lewis, I'd have Lewis round for Christmas Day dinner. We're opening our presents under the tree with Luis Rivera, head of the Latin Kings. And I think it'd be fine. I think he'd be polite and, safe.
Your understanding of your deal was it was contingent upon you telling what happened in association with your role in this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've got that going, that sentence. You've got the federal prison sentence going. And you also have pending a BOP case out of Miami. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's up to 15-year penalty on that case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Has that case, that other pending case, has it been ruled on yet? Does anyone know how we can find out about that case? Because, as far as the Dan Markel sentence goes, he got 19 years. With game time, that could be, oh, what is it? So, just on that charge. Let's think. I guess he started serving that in 2016. So 10 would be 2026, plus another 9 would be 35. So it's still 11 years to go on that charge. And maybe if he gets 3 years off, it's still another 8 years. So we'll all be 8 years older by the time Luis Rivera gets out of prison. But I hope he goes and does a media tour, you know, Nancy Grace, 48 hours, you know, a full media tour and tells all.
Have
Hold on
you
a
been-
second. Objection?
Objection, Your Honor, just for the use of the initials BOP. We would ask that it be explained what it is.
Okay.
What is BOP? Battery. I don't know.
Overruled.
Be handled on cross, Judge. And so that case, have you been promised anything in reference to that case?
No, ma'am.
All right, so that's just still out there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have you been promised any reduction or special treatment on your federal case in exchange for your cooperation in this
No, ma'am.
murder?
Nope.
Okay. And you've written some letters asking for reductions in sentence and that kind of thing. Have you been promised anything other than the night?
I know, right, Patricia. And I bet Luis Rivera loves it. Or tortilla chips. And not Doritos, but the real kind, the authentic kind, you know. Nacho tortillas.
19 years in exchange for your cooperation.
No, ma'am.
Were you already serving the federal sentence when the cops first came to you to ask you about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
It might get a little sticky between the sheets, though, you know. Salsa everywhere.
Is the facility that you're currently serving your sentence in, that's federal, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at some point you'll leave the federal facility and go to a state facility to serve the remainder of your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what are the conditions like in the federal facility that you're at right now?
Like, what kind of condition you talking about?
I mean, is it like a resort? Is it a nice place to live?
Not at all. It's prison.
Why not?
It's the same thing as regular prison. There's nothing sweet about feds or state. They're all the same.
All the same, meaning not great.
Not great at all.
Okay. All right. This murder occurred back in July of 2014. I just want to sort of lay out the timeline a little bit with you. Do you know when you were arrested in the federal case?
2015.
All right. Does May of 15 sound right?
Yeah.
And when were you sentenced on the federal case, if you know?
12 and a half years.
I know, but on what date did you enter the plea?
I don't remember.
Can't remember that. Okay. But you were sentenced when law enforcement came to you to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That it took about 2 years for them to make this case against you.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right. And was Mr. Garcia arrested around the same time that you were for the murder case that we're here about today?
I think he got arrested before me.
Okay. Was it like years before you or like
Months.
days? Months?
Probably like a month or two, something like that.
Okay. As part of your cooperation in this case, did you give a proffer? That's where you talk to law enforcement.
Yes.
All right. And did you tell law enforcement everything that you knew about the case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you've also been subject to some depositions on the case where you
Excuse me?
talk, depositions are where you talk and answer the questions of the lawyers that represent Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua. Have you
Yes,
done that
ma'am.
as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I know a lot of time has passed between the time that you gave those statements and today. Has your memory gotten better, worse, or about the same from back then to now?
It's been like 8 years. Certain things I'm going to remember, certain things I'm not going to remember.
Okay. And if you'll just let us know, it's okay if you don't remember things you don't remember, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before you were taken into custody on the federal case, did you have employment, like legitimate employment?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What was that employment?
I worked construction in a masonry company. for
Was it
15
always
years.
for the same masonry company, or did you bounce around?
No, I worked there for 15 years straight.
I never get my head round this thing, you know. He's the head of a criminal biker gang, crime syndicate nationwide. You know, they're doing dope deals and kill on sight orders. I mean, they must have suitcases full of money lying around. Why is he working for Coastal Masonry or Costa Masonry? You know, it's it just seems like shouldn't you be? I mean, was it like a, what do you call it? A no work, no show job just to justify money on a tax return? Like the mob? Or was he actually laying blocks?
What was the name of the company?
Coastal Masonry.
And what were your duties there?
I was a labor for crew. I was like a boss, run the crew and operate machines, make mud and scaffold and stuff like that.
All right, so you were participating in construction, building,
Yeah.
bricklaying.
Yes, laying block.
I want to ask you about your membership in the gang, the Latin Kings. Are you a member, or were you a member of the Latin Kings?
I was.
All right, and you're not now.
No, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because of the cooperation I'm doing today,
All right,
right
so
now, this moment.
it's a violation of the agreement to help the state at all.
I think Georgia Cappleman could be a Latin king as well, a Latin queen, right? Queen of the South, you know. She's obviously not Latin, but she is a queen, and she's tough, right? She could give orders. She could issue kill on sight orders if she'd gone the other way, right? I think she'd be great.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And has anything about your cooperation in this case altered your position in prison amongst the other inmates?
Yes, I go through a lot.
What is the situation in prison based on the fact?
Yeah, Robin says that they have a job to cover, as a cover for the dollars they are making illegally. Sure, yeah, no, and I know that he was like a foreman or whatever, you know. He's the guy driving the truck or the guy holding the clipboard, you know, telling everybody what to do, the workforce. So I guess it wasn't too strenuous. But I think he did, like, actually go to work every day. Believe it.
Fact that you're cooperating in this case?
Steve Thompson says a young Danny DeVito would have played him perfectly for the movie. Oh, come on. Let's check that. Where can we see a Danny DeVito, a young Danny DeVito? We'll do a side-by-side comparison. Bear with me.
Trying to hurt me.
Have people tried to kill you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this murder that we're here in court about today, did it have anything to do with your membership in the Latin Kings?
No, ma'am, not at all.
All right, but the Latin Kings don't care about that.
They don't care about that.
If you snitch, you're...
Man, I think you might be right. I thought you were being, like, you know, making fun. But I can see it. I've never seen Danny DeVito this young. Okay, let me share this here. Okay, let's we're trying out our new software today, guys. Again, our fantastic software. Google search. Okay, good. Man, this software, I can't believe we were using StreamYard for so long. Why? Who cares? Oh, hang on. We need to make that full screen now. $720. Okay. Can you guys see the Google search with Danny DeVito on the screen now? I hope so. Okay, so so look at him there, right? And just imagine with shorter hair, but he's got that stockiness, you know? He's got that stockiness and those cold eyes that are kind of charming at the same time as threatening. It's a Latin thing, isn't it? Cold, warm eyes. Do you know what I'm saying? I think Patricia Burns knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, I like it. Danny DeVito, a young Danny DeVito with a shaved head would be great for the role. Okay, back to business, guys. Back to business. We might come back to that. Ah, man. Okay. Click this one.
You're in trouble with him.
The rule is the rule.
The rule is the rule.
Were you hired to participate?
It's pretty amazing that he hasn't been killed in prison, isn't it? I mean, there's got to be a whole bunch of Latin kings who would want to make their name, you know, someone who's on a shorter sentence, take down Luis Rivera, then when you get out, you're a hero among your gang members. You got the snitch, you know. I don't know.
Participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you paid to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you?
Sigfredo.
And who hired Sigfredo?
His wife, Katie.
Who paid you to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Sigfredo.
All right. And who gave him the money?
His wife, Katie.
Did you ever even know Dan Markel?
Not at all.
Never seen him in your life?
Never, ever.
Had you ever come to Tallahassee before you came here for this case?
No, ma'am.
You have anything against Dan Markel?
Not at all.
So your motive in this murder was completely financial?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the first person who ever asked you to be involved in this murder?
Sigfredo.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who set up this arrangement, this conspiracy to murder?
My understanding that I know was Katie was involved. She was the mastermind. She was the middle of it. She told
She
him
was
to
the
come
mastermind.
do a job, and he came and told me.
Did you have any understanding of why we were coming to Tallahassee to kill this guy?
Not at that moment.
Okay. But you knew it was a murder for hire.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew someone above Katie the money was coming from somewhere above Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Childhood friends. We grew up together.
All right, what about Katherine Magbanua?
I met him through him.
I would just love to see pictures of Sigfredo and Luis at 6 years old playing in the sandbox. Okay. That would be, does anybody know, I mean, how can we contact his people and maybe get some of those? Because that would be really good to see, wouldn't it?
You met her through him?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was their relationship?
They were husband and wife. They had kids together.
Sigfredo Garcia you referred to him as your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all hang out on a regular basis?
Every day.
Including often Katherine Magbanua when they were together?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you've been around her many, many times in your life.
Yeah, he worked with me.
And he worked with you at Coastal Masonry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you and your Jessica hang out with Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua as couples?
I mean, once in a while, and I like that, but once in a while.
All right, were Jessica and Katherine Magbanua friendly?
It was all right. They were friends.
Okay. At least at one time they were friendly?
Yeah.
Who was paid, to your knowledge, who all was paid to participate in this murder?
Who was all paid was me, Sigfredo. Katie got paid.
Who is the dentist?
I don't know him. I call him the dentist, but his name is Charlie, I guess.
But at the time of this murder, you just knew there was a dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you think the dentist was?
Doesn't that just have all the hallmarks of, like, you know, some movie plot? You know, we're doing this hit for the dentist. What did the dentist say? You know, have we got the money from the dentist? You know, it's just really theatrical. I love it.
All right. And did you ever know Sigfredo Garcia to be in contact with the dentist?
Not that I know.
Did you have phone calls with the dentist?
No.
Text message with the dentist, to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
You ever see him talking with the dentist?
Phone calls with the dentist? Any text messages with the dentist? Did you ever see the dentist?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't know the dentist?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Never personally met him?
Never.
How did you know that the dentist was dating Katherine Magbanua?
Sigfredo told me one day, and I had seen him with Sigfredo, but not really seen him like that, but we pulled up in a restaurant where they were eating, and he told me about the relationship that they had together.
To your knowledge, did Charlie Adelson have any affiliation with the Latin Kings?
No.
Did he have any friends or contacts in the Latin Kings that you knew of?
Not that I know of, but no.
And you were the boss of the Latin Kings in that area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Sigfredo Garcia knew who the dentist was.
I mean, he knew that they were dating.
Okay. He knew that we're saying wife, but were they legally married? Do you know?
Who was married?
Garcia and Magbanua.
Oh, I don't know if they were legally married, but he always called her his wife, just like I call Jessica my wife, but we're not married, you know.
All right, so I'll refer to her as his wife. Did Sigfredo Garcia know that his wife was seeing a dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he know the name of the dentist? To your knowledge?
No, that to my knowledge, no. I don't.
All right, so did Sigfredo Garcia, when you were enlisted to come to Tallahassee to commit this murder, did he indicate to you that the dentist was behind this or that the dentist family was behind this? Anything to that effect?
No.
What about this, something to do with a lady and her kids? Tell us about that.
Yes. All I knew that she was giving us the money. I called her the lady because I never knew her name.
But that lady turned out to be Wendy Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your understanding of this murder was that ultimately what?
That she was going to pay.
That the money was coming through from her, or
Yes.
and that this murder was to help her in some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Help her how?
To get her kids back.
And did you ever know Garcia to have any contact with Wendy Adelson?
No, not to my knowledge.
So all the contact with any Adelson or dentist person happened through Katherine Magbanua.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, leaving.
Overruled.
Did Sigfredo Garcia have a beef with the dentist?
I mean, he didn't like them. They was together.
He didn't like him because he was dating his wife?
Yeah.
How much were you paid for your part in this murder?
They gave me $37,000.
All right. Do you see anyone in this courtroom that came to bring you the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Who came to bring you the money?
Katie.
All right. Please point that person out and describe what they're wearing.
She's right there in the middle between the two lawyers.
Has anybody ever walked around with $100,000 cash on them? I think the most I've done is about 6. And it's a weird feeling. It's like, if I get mugged right now, I better hold down, throw down. Fuck this.
She's waiting a tuxedo with a white undershirt.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. All right, so Garcia is a lifelong friend of yours. Did you refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
The rental contract for the Prius, you've seen that before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That has a number listed at the top with the name brother. Is that Sigfredo Garcia's number?
And the Prius?
You know what I'm talking about? The rental contract has a number written at the top that says brother.
Yeah.
Let me show it to you.
Okay, we have a limerick. We have a limerick in the chat from our good friend Patricia Burns. There once was a dentist who thought that a hitman was easily caught. No, there once was a dentist who thought that a hitman was easily bought, but his sister who cracked wanted her ex to get whacked and to make sure the dentist was caught. Thank you, Patricia. That's beautiful. Now I'd like to see a haiku, if you don't mind. What is the rule for a haiku? Hitman drive north, but kill lawyer. I have to look it up. I can't remember what the structure is of a haiku, but we'll be back. We'll be back with our dentist-orientated murder haiku.
You gotta open the blind.
I know, it would have been so much of a cooler move if Charlie wanted to sort out this law professor. He should have gone up there, tied the Markel to a dentist chair, and started yanking teeth without Novocaine. You know, you'd give him some credit for that.
You gotta open the slide right there.
Rivera, have you seen this document before?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a rental car agreement
Yes, ma'am.
for the Prius?
Yes,
Who rented the Prius?
I did.
What was the Prius? What was the purpose of renting the Prius?
To come to Tallahassee.
Alright, and there's a phone number written up here.
We're going to be doing a separate video, guys. I think it's important that we consolidate all of the fuck-ups that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia made on this trip. The bundle-fucked crime of the century. I mean, they rented a car in their own name, they shot a hole in the Prius, they kept the Prius, and I mean, there were a million ways. The fuck-ups that they made were so easily avoidable by anybody who knew the slightest thing about what they were doing. You know, I think if I had been tasked with this hit, you know, if Charlie Adelson had come to me and said, you get $100,000 and you need to go and kill the professor, I think I would have done a better job than these supposed hardened criminals, killers, you know, biker thugs. I would have done a better job with no training, you know. So, yeah, please do subscribe to the video, guys, because we have got some, you know, it's all well and good going over Wendy's interrogation, looking at fucking courtroom testimony and making comments. It's all good, but we want to really get down to the bones of this case now. So we've got our Wendy video that's about to be released this weekend. We've got Bumblefuck Garcia Rivera video collection of all their fuck-ups and what I would have done differently as a hitman. With no training, guys, with no training. And then what else have we got? We've got another video looking at the Uvia dinner coming out. Very important examination of the Uvia dinner. That's where Wendy Adelson threw up at the table, and I'm going to be offering my metrics theory as to why Wendy threw up at the table, because I think I've got it down. And anyone who wants to argue with me, please come and argue with me and tell me why you don't agree, because I've got the, you know, I've worked it out. I see it so clearly now. And I don't think, I think my point of view on that subject, why Wendy threw up at the dinner table, is unimpeachable. It can't be argued against. I'd love to see someone try. So please do subscribe to the channel, because all of that great Adelson content is about to drop this month, guys, this month. Subscribe, like the video, share, leave a comment, and please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Link in the description, and we do accept rupee. What is the currency in Bangladesh? Rupee and Turkish lira for our friends in Istanbul. Welcome, Istanbul. Welcome.
Your information here. Is this your phone number? 8153.
Yeah, it's my number. It's been years.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that that's your phone number?
Not really.
Okay. What about this number up here, brother? Who was
Okay, the currency in Bangladesh is taka, Bangladeshi taka. We do accept Bangladeshi taka, but just bearing in mind that 1 Bangladeshi taka is equivalent to 0.0078 euros. So a coffee is going to cost you about 644 Bangladeshi taka. So dig deep, Bangladesh. Dig deep.
brother?
Brother would be Garcia.
Alright, was Garcia somebody that traveled with you to Tallahassee
Yes, ma'am.
in this group?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this phone number, are you able to recognize the number?
It's been years.
If you want. Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that that's what's Sigfredo Garcia's number?
No, that's his number.
Did Garcia go by any nicknames?
Tuto.
So Tato and Tuto.
Yeah.
You're Tato and he's Tuto.
Yes, ma'am.
I always like to imagine that Tuto and Tato had a taco before going to a rock concert to see the band Toto, wearing tutus and drinking shots of Tito's vodka. Are there any other words that we could use? I mean, that's worthy of another poem, Patricia, if you have a moment. Tuto, Tato, Tito, Tutu, Tato.
And you mentioned that Sigfredo Garcia worked with you at Coastal Masonry. Was he working at Coastal Masonry at the time that y'all came up here?
Grish, Wendy threw up because I can't tell you yet. I can't tell you yet. You know, it needs a video. It needs a thorough video. I'm going through at the moment of all the witness testimonies, all the interviews, and I'm getting the time codes for any time that dinner is mentioned, and it's all over the place. So what I'm doing is going through all the content and getting all the time codes, and then we're going to put it into one video, and then I'm going to make my case and invite anybody to come and argue against me, or agree with me. You know, it's not just about the fight, guys.
To Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Was Sigfredo Garcia fired at some point from Coastal Masonry?
Yes.
But you don't remember how that fell into the timeline of this case?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Okay. Why was he fired from Coastal Masonry?
Oh, he was drunk.
Drunk at work?
Yes.
All right. And is alcohol a problem for him?
Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever get fired for being drunk at work?
Me? No.
All right. So you mentioned Garcia was the first person to ever say anything to you about coming to Tallahassee. Do you remember when that was?
Well, he said we want to take a ride to Tallahassee. Do I remember the date?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. How long? You came to Tallahassee 2 times, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the only 2 times you've ever been to Tallahassee other than for court?
Just twice.
Okay. And before you came to Tallahassee the first time, How long before that did Garcia approach you about, we're going to do this trip?
Maybe a couple of months.
All right. And as a result of him coming to you, did you get a gun?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you get a gun knowing you were going to do a murder with it?
No, he said.
That at that moment, no. I thought I was gonna do a robbery until we came up here.
All right. So initially, what was said to you by Garcia?
Well,
Or
we
what
took-
you were going to do up here?
I was coming up here to do a robbery. When we got like halfway, that's when I found out about what was gonna happen.
All right. So you knew you were coming to Tallahassee to do a job.
Yes, ma'am.
One of them yours?
Yeah.
All right. And what about Garcia? Did he have a gun as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you didn't want to use either one of those guns. Is that...
The 38 come up here with. Well, we had guns.
You had guns, but you bought a gun specifically for this purpose.
Yes,
All right. That's what I was trying to get at. What kind of gun was it?
a 38.
Is that a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you know initially, like when you bought that gun, for example, that how much you were going to be paid for this job in Tallahassee?
When I was coming this way, yes.
When did you find out it was going to be $35,000 or $37,000?
Halfway this way, he said, he said gonna give me 35, and then he gave me extra. That's why I said 37.
Yeah. So initially, the deal was you were going to make 35, right?
35.
Okay. But you ended up getting an extra 2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when did you find out it was going to be 35,000? On the way up?
On the way up,
All right. Tell us what Garcia told you on the way up.
taking it right up, we was gonna do a robbery, but coming halfway this way, he explained to me that it was gonna be a murder, to get 2 kids back to the lady.
All right. And did you agree to do the murder, to participate in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you willing to be the shooter in the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the shooter in the murder?
No, ma'am.
And is that it just worked out that way, or is that something y'all decided?
It just worked out that way.
How did y'all know where to go and when to do it and who to kill?
Oh, he knew his way up here.
Who provided the information to y'all as to who to kill?
To come up here,
Yeah.
Katie told Sigfredo the address, and we got up here. He had a piece of paper, so we came up here straight.
All right. So he had a piece of paper. Was that in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he have the piece? I know you made 2 trips. The Prius was the one with the murder, right? And then there was a trip before that.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk for a second about the trip before that. Did you have the murder weapon both times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the paper both times?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what was on the paper?
A picture of the dude.
Dan Markel.
Yes, a picture of him and an address.
All right. And was the address on Trescott Drive? Was the address the place that you ultimately ended up killing him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you ever witness Sigfredo Garcia have a conversation with anyone about this murder or this case other than you and Katherine Magbanua?
No, just us 2. That's it.
Does Katherine Magbanua go by any nicknames?
We just call her Katie.
Was it normal before this murder case occurred for you to talk to Katherine Magbanua on the phone?
What you mean?
Did y'all call each other?
No, not.
So you would only see her or have plans with her through Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 44 and 45. How tall are you, Mr. Rivera?
5'4",
What about Sigfredo Garcia? How tall is he?
like 6'1".
So he's considerably taller than you are.
Yes, ma'am.
I mentioned her a little bit, but who is Jessica Rodriguez?
The mother of my child.
And that's the woman you previously referred to as your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you living with Jessica Rodriguez at the time of this murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
What address were you living with her at?
I can't remember.
If I say it, would you be able to say yes or no?
I know it's on 15. Go ahead.
1515 Northeast 135th, number 14, North Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were physically laying your head at night during the time that this murder occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because there's a Normandy address on the rental contract. What address is that?
So that was on my ID, my license.
All right, is that a place you had lived as well?
No, my mother-in-law, my ex-mother-in-law lived there. I use
Okay.
that address a lot.
And when you say your ex-mother-in-law, that's the mother of another child that you have, right? Not Jessica.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you receive mail at the Normandy address?
Yes, ma'am.
What was Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua's relationship like?
They had a on and off relationship, you know, just like regular couples. They argue, they had good and bad.
They
There
fight,
wasn't-
they break up, they get back together?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there one of them that wore the pants, that was in charge?
She wore the pants.
All right. I want to ask you about the first trip to Tallahassee, and the phone records show that occurred June 4th, 2014.
Sorry. Hello? Sorry, guys. I had to step out of coffee. But we are back. Listen, I think it's important that we go over why we're looking at this video today. We're looking at a useful testimony from this witness today. And, you know, let's just think about, how has Luis Rivera been instrumental so far? People that have been convicted in trials that he has testified in. Sigfredo Garcia. Well, Luis Rivera saw him kill Professor Markel, was solicited by Sigfredo Garcia to come along on the trip. Also, you know, the surrounding knowledge that would entail, the money exchange, planning, phone calls, trips, multiple trips, and everything like that. So pretty useful witness for the conviction of Sigfredo Garcia. Then move on to Katherine Magbanua, right? Less information he can give about Katie directly, but some, you know, but by extension he is doing the hit for Katie, and also there are phone calls that Luis observed Sigfredo make to Katie around the events of the murder. So, you know, things like, "It's done, I know," and also knowing that Katie was getting the money. So he was also very instrumental in the prosecution and conviction of Katherine Magbanua. Now going to Charlie Adelsons. It's sort of like train cars working down the line, right? Sigfredo does the hit for Katie. Katie is solicited by Charlie. And then you're right back at the Adelsons, which connects it with Dan Markel, which connects it with Wendy's bad divorce. So useful witness. And it's not surprising he got such a sweet deal. And it is a sweet deal. You were already serving 12 years in federal prison. And you're only on top of that. If you've done 12 years in prison, another 7 is like, okay. I mean, obviously you'd like to be out after 12, but you're already way more than halfway. You're almost 2/3 through, right? Every day gets shorter after that. It's like when you pass June 21st of the year and all the days start to get darker. It happens quick, right? Because you're past that midway point. In the build-up, you're thinking, hey, where's this summer? When's the summer going to be here? But after, it's all downhill from there pretty quick. So I think 7 years. And plus, you know, I know that Luis Rivera makes a big deal about the feds ain't no different from state, but I bet it's a little bit better. A little bit better. I think they have nicer uniforms, right? Nicer. Well, he looks pretty good in this. I mean, I think he'd wear that out. The blue shirt. I'd wear that. That looks good. Looks good. Anyway, he's a very useful witness, and this is in direct comparison to how useful is Wendy, guys. I've gone through all 3 of her testimony of the state, right? I've gone through each and every one, 2019, 2022, and 2023, her times on the stand. And I've gathered together all of the potentially, I've been really useful to the state. I've gathered together and put it in a group. All the stuff about when did you meet Professor Markel and little details. I've got rid of all that and just brought it down to her relevant testimony, relevant in terms of what could help the state. And I've been very kind about it, okay? And it's basically one of about three things, right? There's the bad blood that's covered, the nastiness of the divorce. There's her desire to move down to Miami, Florida, that's covered. These things, you've got motive there, you've got the child custody thing was ruled against, the stuff with the courts. There's about three different categories of information that Wendy Adelson gives in her testimonies that you could call useful to saying that there was a plot to kill and showing evidence and blah, blah, blah. But there's only about three different categories, and all of them are verifiable without her testimony, right? They're verifiable by physical evidence, documents, emails, other things. So why is she given a deal? Why have they not arrested her yet? That's the video that's coming out that I'm about to release this weekend, guys. So please subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, and support the channel. And we're having a coffee right now, a Bangladeshi coffee. Good morning, Bangladesh. Okay, good. Just wanted to see where we are with all of this. Hey, Donna Bowen's here. Fantastic Donna Bowen, and fantastic Norla Vine, and fantastic Brian Faircloth. And who's this? Who's this cheeky nonconformist? I'm not perfect, just forgiven. Good to see you, I'm not perfect, just forgiven. Oh, I keep cutting out? Is this thing on? Hello, testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. I don't know why that is forgiven. Is anyone else hearing me cut out? Am I cutting out?
14. Do you have any reason to dispute that date?
Not at all.
All right. And who came to Tallahassee on that trip?
Me and Garcia.
All right.
Like, if I speak really loudly, does it cut out? Because then I need to turn it down. But if I speak normally like this, it should be fine, right? I mean, it should be fine. Let us know if it's fine. Maybe Norla Vine can let us know if we're fine.
Did you actually take off work at Coastal Masonry to come to Tallahassee?
Oh, look, Norla Vine's sick as a dog on COVID. On Saturday night, COVID positive. Wow, is that still a thing? Oh, that I had to take that test once because I was traveling from France to the UK, and it was a condition. They wouldn't let you on the tunnel without the test, and it fucking hurt like a motherfucker. They stuffed this thing up my nose at the port. It was horrible. It was horrible.
Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, get well soon, Nola, and stay isolated. Just isolate yourself right in your fridge.
What vehicle did y'all travel to Tallahassee in that first time?
I don't know if it was a Hyundai or a Nissan, something like that.
Who owned that car?
Honda or a Nissan? It was a Toyota. It was a goddamn Toyota. Or was it a Nissan Sentra?
He came pick me up in that car.
Okay, do you know?
I think it was a rental.
Okay, so it wasn't a car you had seen before.
No.
All right. So he shows up in the car, and he is Sigfredo Garcia?
Excuse me?
Sigfredo Garcia, when you say he showed up in the car?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, and when he showed up, where did he show up?
I was in my friend's house.
All right, so he comes and gets you from the friend's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you already have the gun at this time?
No.
Okay, what happened? How did y'all go get the gun?
After that, I went to my house. Then he asked me, he said, we need a gun. I said, don't worry about it, I'll get it. I ended up buying a gun around the neighborhood. That's about it.
And did y'all ride to Tallahassee that day?
No, I don't remember.
All right, but it was after he rented the car.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the car that he rented, did you take him to get the rental car?
No,
Do you know who took him to get the rental car?
no.
All right. You mentioned you learned along the way that you were coming to do a murder, not a robbery. Was that on the first trip?
It's the first trip.
Okay. So you learn along the way you're going to do a murder. Was the purpose of the first trip to scope out the place, to do the murder, or something else?
To scope the place out.
Okay, and what did you do to scope the place out?
We sit near his house by a park for a little bit.
In whose house?
Marquez,
Markel's?
Markel.
Okay, and what did y'all do? Drive around the house?
I drove around the house first. We drove around it. We went around the block like twice, and then we sit by a park for a little bit.
Oh,
Washed
man.
out.
Hey, let's try and sort this out, guys. So, Grish, if you're around now, please give us some feedback, and I'll play with the settings here, because I don't want to be cutting out constantly from the time we start. That's no good. That's no good at all. So, what can we do here? Let's see. We're going to turn this down. No, that's headphones. We're going to turn this down. Turn the microphone down, or we'll turn the microphone up, and we'll turn the levels down on here. That's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Are we cutting out? I don't think we shouldn't be cutting out unless there's a bandwidth issue. Let's put the phone way up high. Okay. We'll point the phone out of the window. That'll do. That's what we used to do in the old school when we were keeping it real. Maybe, yeah. We're in a different location, and we're kind of in a valley today, kind of a natural basin. So maybe our broadcast signal isn't reaching over these peaks, over these hills here. Well, it's Norlavine. It's the worst possible time for our friends in America, which is where like 80% of the audience is. The East Coast are still asleep, and the West Coast have just gone to sleep. So we're opening up the metrics community to Bangladesh, Istanbul, and Athens. Welcome, Athens. Welcome. Lay off the feta cheese. Too much. It's not just for shepherds anymore, but, you know, you don't need to put a whole brick of it on a Greek salad. Still cutting out. It must be the bandwidth issue. It must be a bandwidth issue. Okay, let's try. We're going to move the phone to a new charging station, because all of the metric streams are done from a cellular. Oh man, fuck up. Yeah, okay. So we'll put it right over here, and we'll point it up. Point it up, and that'll be really good. Okay, we're pointing it away from the side of the hill. Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's going to possible time cut off. I'm not sure what that means. Let's see how I've just moved the phone and pointed it up. So hopefully that does some good thing. I wonder what we should do about this in the future. I need to build an antenna and put the phone close to the antenna. I'm going to look into that. Thanks for sticking with us, though, if it's cutting out all the time. That's really annoying. But, yeah, I don't know. Not much we can do right now. But I think later we'll go and find a media tower. And we'll set up right next to the media tower.
ended up renting a hotel, and then the next morning did the same thing.
Just hey, this will give us some good idea about what's going on. Is it just my microphone that's cutting out, or does the Luis Rivera video cut out also? Because if the Luis Rivera video cuts out also, that says that it's a bandwidth issue and not a studio microphone issue. Let us know, Grish. Let us know. Is Luis cutting out as well, or is it just me?
And then following him to see where he was going to.
If there had been an opportunity to kill Dan Markel on that first trip, would y'all have done it?
Oh, it quit cutting out? Oh, great. You see, I've just moved the telecommunication device, and that's now pointing up, so that's probably what it is. Thank you. I'm not perfect, just forgiven.
On the first trip?
Yes.
All right. And why were you not able to accomplish the murder on the first trip?
He was with the kids.
Catch you later, Grish. Good to see you, man.
You didn't want to kill him with the kids in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have cell phones in the car with you on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
The only thing to make me better is to hear Lewis and Metric's voice on the same stream. Well, here it is, Nola. Coming at you live.
Were either of you using drugs or alcohol during this first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we got a boatload of cocaine and a ton of liquor bottles, and we did cocaine and drank hard liquor on the entire 9-hour drive up. Nothing spells professional hitman like getting fully loaded. Fully loaded. I mean, he's got like a half ounce of coke and a ton of booze, and he's driving. Oh man, is that what you want? Is that what Charlie Adelson was envisioning when he hired these gangsters? You know, or did he think it was like going to be like Leon from the movie Leon, surgical, no women, no children, you know, major professional. I think that movie's called The Professional, isn't it? Leon, The Professional. And he wasn't he?
All right. Which one of you and what type of drugs or alcohol?
It was alcohol and cocaine.
And were both of you using alcohol and cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that something that was normal for the two of you?
No, not for me. For him, it was, not for me.
Okay, does that mean you were more drunk or high than he was?
No, he was more drunk and high than me.
How is that?
He gets drinking. I was the driver.
Okay, so did he partake in larger quantities, more drugs and alcohol?
He'll take more.
I love how Georgia Kaufman had to translate larger quantities to the word more. I mean, he's not that dumb. He's not dumb at all. He's just not book learning.
And you got a speeding ticket on the way to Tallahassee, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to see that ticket before?
I've seen it before.
Okay. Approaching the station.
Yeah, it's a gangster haircut, Nola. I remember from when CJ used to go to the barbershop in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. You could get an afro, cornrows, square cut, high top, fade. There's a list of gangster haircuts. Maybe we should check that out.
Small print. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. Do you recognize this document? I know you don't read well. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but can you recognize this as the ticket you got?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask if the evidence states 65.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The admitted states 65.
That was in the Gainesville area.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you estimate for the jury about how much time you spent watching the house or driving around the house, scoping it out? And I'm referring to the first trip.
Probably spent like 2 nights.
So several hours, is it
Yes.
fair to say? Did you ever follow Mr. Markel anywhere other than just watching him around the house?
Yeah, I was following him.
Where'd you follow him to?
Following him to the daycare. First trip,
Okay, we got right here the 59 most stylish haircuts for Mexicans. Okay, so how do I scroll on this? Oh, here we go. So I just saw... You see, this is the kind that Sigfredo had, right? Kind of a fade on the side and then kind of a mop top on top. And then the square cut. There. That's how they learn in haircut school, I guess. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
following him to the daycare. And then when he got off the daycare, I lost him. So I ended up going back to that little place, a little park,
Good morning, Kazati.
waiting for him. Never showed up. Just following him around, but that's about it.
And you're talking about the park near his house?
Yes, ma'am.
That's where y'all would sit and wait for him to pull out?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody ever get out of the car and go peek in the windows or look in the house?
Oh, not that trip.
Not that trip. Okay. Did you know what type of vehicle he was going to be in, or did you just observe that when you were at his house?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. All right, so you followed him to the daycare. What about after the daycare?
I lost him.
All right, so is the reason why you didn't the killing didn't occur on the first trip because you kept losing him?
Yes.
All right, was Sigfredo Garcia in contact with the defendant, Katherine Magbanua, during this first trip? Did they talk on the phone is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I know. I don't remember.
Don't remember. Do you remember any statements such as make sure she has the money and concerns
Objection, Your
about the
Honor.
money?
Leading.
That's not a leading question, so that's overruled. You can ask the question.
Do you remember any conversations like that?
Not that trip. It was the second trip.
Okay. Do you remember any conversations involving don't do anything stupid?
Yes.
And was that first trip?
It was both trips, probably.
Okay. And what was the nature of those conversations?
Like, don't do nothing stupid and be careful.
Who was saying don't do anything stupid?
Katie,
Who was she telling that to?
Sigfredo,
How was it you were able, how do you know that what she told
the
Sigfredo?
only person he called.
He was calling her during the first trip,
Second trip.
second trip. All right, so let's go to the second trip then. Second trip, do you agree, was July 16th to July 18th of 2016?
I don't remember the date.
But is that the time when the murder happened?
Yes,
All right. Who went on the second trip?
I did.
Who else?
Sigfredo.
All right, and I think you said you traveled in the Prius that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who went to the rental car place to rent that car?
I did.
Was anybody with you?
Yes.
Who?
Sigfredo.
All right.
He didn't come inside with me though. He waited around the corner.
Okay, you didn't go into the rental car place? Did y'all leave right from the rental car place to come to Tallahassee, or did you do something
Nah,
else?
I went home and dropped my other car off. He drove the other car to the house.
Okay. And did you leave that day, that same day that you rented the car?
That night, yeah.
All right. Did you take your phones with you for the second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the actual murder, did you have your phones? Working?
Yes, ma'am.
Never turned your phones off?
Well, I turned them off. We turned them off a few times.
Okay. Did you turn them off for the actual murder?
Yes, they were off. The leaves were off.
Say that again?
I think they were off.
You think they were off? And is that both of you turned your phones off, or just you?
Can't remember.
That's okay. How many guns did y'all have with you on the second trip?
One.
Just the murder weapon?
No, two. Sorry.
Okay, what was the other gun?
It was 38.
Huh?
It was a 38.
A 38? Whose gun was that?
That was Garcia.
Who knew that you all were coming on the murder trip?
Katie?
Only Katie?
Katie?
You didn't tell Jessica?
No, nobody knew.
Where did y'all stay on the murder trip?
In the hotel?
Okay. Budget in sound right?
Yes.
Were you using drugs and alcohol on this trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that cocaine and alcohol as you previously testified?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrived on July 17th, what did y'all do? Did you do any casing or scoping out of the house on
Yes.
that trip?
Yeah, I scoped him out that day I showed up here. I followed him. Finally, I followed him all the way to the daycare. And I finally got to follow him all the way to the gym.
Okay, but this is, when you followed him to the gym, that was right before he got killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about before that? Was there any scoping out that occurred? I think you mentioned earlier that somebody got out of the car at one point and went up to the house.
Oh, yeah.
Can
We ended up parking around the back of his house.
Okay.
And Sigfredo got off the car and went and looked through the window. But he was there. So
Who was there?
Markel.
Okay. And isn't that a good thing?
It's a good thing, but we followed him from there. We just scoped out the place.
All right. So Garcia gets out, looks in the windows, and then y'all just continue to kind of scope out the place.
Yes, we went back around and I parked by the park.
Okay. At some point, you follow him to the daycare. What happens at the daycare?
Oh, I sit there and wait for him to drop the kids off. When he dropped the kids off, I get back in the car and he ended up going. He ended up leaving there and we followed him to the gym.
And is that Premier Gym that we've seen the surveillance video of the Prius on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So y'all wait out in the parking lot while he's in the gym?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next?
He finished the gym and we followed him to the house. So when he gets to the house, he made it was a left turn. And one of the corners, I kept going and made another left. So when he made it into the garage, we pulled right behind him.
All right. So you're talking about on the way back to the house from the gym.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you ended up taking a different route, just a little block around to get to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were pulling up down the street toward the driveway, he was coming the opposite direction. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
All right, so he pulls in the driveway first.
Yes.
Okay, and how close, when you say you pull in behind him, how close do you get?
Be like 3 feet,
So right up to the bumper.
right up to the bumper.
All right, and what happens next?
Garcia jumped out, went around the car to the driver's side, shot him.
Were there any words exchanged between Garcia and the victim? Is that a no?
That's a no. Sorry.
Do you know whether the victim's window was up or down?
I think it was up.
So he was shot seated in the driver's seat of his vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
What was his position in the vehicle? Was he in like a normal position behind the wheel?
Yeah.
Did you see him do anything, say anything, make
See him
any
try
moves?
to put his hands up.
Say that again?
See him trying to like put his hands up.
You saw that. Okay. How many times was the gun fired?
Twice.
Both times by Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they two separate gunshots or rapidly in succession? Meaning, was there time in between or were they right back to back?
Back to back.
Did you stop or get out to see if the
No.
hit had been successful?
No, not at all.
What did you do?
We ran back to the car, backed up, and left.
All right. And you've seen the surveillance video of the Prius leaving town from the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that y'all in the Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the driver?
Me,
Who was the passenger?
Garcia.
And you've seen the ATM images of y'all at the ATM in Pembroke
Yes, ma'am.
Pines, I think?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was you in the driver's seat there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Sigfredo Garcia in the passenger seat.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to back you up and ask you about a few things that happened the second trip. You've talked about seeing the lady or seeing who you believe was Wendy Adelson. Can you tell the jury about that?
But it was the day before.
Day before the killing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about that.
I was scoping the house, and I was scoping the house, and we leaving. She was walking the sidewalk with 2 kids. I
And that
remember-
was on the road where Markel lived?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And this is a point of contention as well, right? I mean, I can't believe that Georgia Kappelman didn't ask, were they 2 boys? You know, because if they were, he says he saw a lady with 2 kids. And a real easy question to narrow down the probability would be, was it 2 boys that you saw the lady with? Because we don't know if it was Wendy or not, right? It seems like it might have been, because he's all talking about her looking back at the car and everything like that. These 2 sketchy Latino looking guys in a nice neighborhood of Tallahassee. Were they 2 boys? If they were 2 boys, the probability goes way up that it was Wendy and the kids, right? And I don't think that Luis Rivera ever knew the gender of the kids, right? He knew the job was for the lady to get her kids back, or whatever, however he phrased it. But why would he have known the gender of the kids? Was it 2 boys, Georgia Kappelman? Would have been a perfect question for you to ask here. I don't know why she didn't ask that.
A couple of houses down from his house.
Okay. And were you driving at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the lady do when you saw her?
She looked at the car and got on the phone right away. Made a phone call.
Okay. And how did you know that the lady, or why did you think that the lady was Wendy Adelson?
Just asked Garcia, why is she looking at the car like that? Yeah, that's her. That's the lady.
Okay. So you believe that could be Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. Was there an incident involving the gun being fired other than at Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the second trip as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that, please.
We was driving, Garcia had the gun out and just shot on the passenger side on the floor.
Intentionally?
After me, I don't know what he was doing. He just shot.
All right, so y'all are just riding down the road here in Tallahassee.
Yes, just
And-
driving.
And,
And
he
the gun
shoots
went
a
off.
hole.
I just looked like, what's going on? And he shot the gas line.
Okay. Was that an accident or did he
Nah.
mean to do that?
Nah, it's an accident.
All right. So as a result of him shooting the floorboard, did that damage or interfere with your ability to drive the car?
Yes.
How so?
It hit the gas line and we ran out of gas right there and then.
What did y'all do about that?
We pushed the car to like a small little area. And some dudes helped us out, took him to like an AutoZone. And he came back, jacked the car up and put the hose line.
And was this the same dude, the guy that took you to get the parts to fix the car? Was that the same dude that y'all had bought some drugs from here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that dude's name Shadrack Nobles?
I don't know his name.
Don't remember his name. Were y'all able to fix the car?
Yes.
Do you have any experience fixing cars?
No, I mean, I know about cars, but he fixed it.
Who? Sorry, Sigfredo Garcia?
Fredo, yeah.
Does he have experience fixing cars?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did he do a good job?
He did. Then
It
made it
ran
back
after
home.
that? Made it all the way back to Miami, in
Mhm.
that car.
Yes, ma'am.
It is a little bit impressive, actually. Sigfredo Garcia, who's completely fucking wired on coke and booze, shoots a hole in the Prius and, you know, can have the capacity of thought to go, okay, we've blown a hole in the fuel line. We need to go to the auto parts store, get this little plastic piece of hose, and we're going to connect it on there, put a couple of cable ties so keep it tight. I mean, that is a good fix. I think if I blew a hole in my car with a clear head, I'd have trouble. Like getting, you know, I'd probably just assume that it was fucked. So, kudos, Sigfredo.
All right. Was that shooting the car, did that happen the same day as the murder or something else?
No, not the same day.
Okay, so, but it was on the second trip?
It was on the second trip, yeah.
Okay. What about, did you have Instagram at the time this murder happened?
Yes.
And was there an issue with you posting something on Instagram?
Yes.
Was that the first trip or the second trip? If you remember.
I don't remember. But
All
I
right.
remember taking a picture and I had an issue with it.
All right, well, just tell us what you remember about it.
I took a picture of, I think it was a lion. And I remember Garcia getting a phone call.
This is also weird. This picture of a lion. Last time he testified, it was a picture of an owl. How do you go from owl to lion? Or did he take two pictures? Is he just on this murder trip taking a picture of every animal he sees? And where do you see a lion? Or is it like a picture of a lion? What is going on with the lion? The owl thing I get. Okay. He's in the motel. He looks out the window and there's this big old bird on a lamppost or something. And he goes, "Oh man, an owl! Look, Sigfredo, an owl! I gotta take a picture, man, and put it on Instagram, man. I gotta put it on Instagram, hashtag owl in Tallahassee, man. While we're on a murder trip, man, we saw an owl. We gotta post our location to show everybody the owl in Tallahassee, man. Okay, man? Let's go and find a lion, man. Okay, we're gonna take a picture of a lion now, man. Okay. Okay, we go to the zoo. We go to Tallahassee Petting Zoo, man. We're gonna see Zazu, the gorilla, man. I get a picture of a gorilla, a Zazu. I take a picture, I put on Instagram, man. Location, man. What the hell is he doing?
Call. They tell me to take that down. That's too much evidence. Where we was at.
Yeah, take that down. That's too much evidence. It shows your location. It shows you in Tallahassee at the time of the murder, man. Okay? Take it down. That's way too much evidence. We don't like evidence, man.
All right, say that again.
I remember Garcia telling me to take that picture down. That's too much evidence where we was at. Katie called Garcia and told him, "Hey, you need to take that picture down ASAP."
Okay. why would it be a problem for you to be posting a picture from
So
Tallahassee?
we came out here to do a job.
Okay, so there could be data associated with where you took the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said Katie called Garcia and told him to tell you to take the picture down?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, how do you know that Katie called Garcia?
Because we together all day. Like, we right next to each other. He said, hey, she said, take that down. You tripping.
Okay. Was there a particular reason that the murder happened on the day it happened? Did
No.
anyone tell you it had to happen that day?
Not at all.
Did you have any knowledge about the victim's plans, where he was going to be and when?
Well, that day, I seen that lady walking. They said we got to get the job done because he was leaving on a trip.
Who was leaving on a trip?
Markel, what's his name? He was,
Dan Markel is the name of the
Dan
guy you
Markel.
killed.
Yeah, Dan Markel. So he was leaving that Friday. I think it was going to be on a Friday. He was supposed to leave.
All right, so how did you know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town? That's really my question.
Garcia told him.
Garcia knew it?
Yes.
And do you know how Garcia knew it?
Katie told him.
How do you know that?
Because Katie told him, hey, you got to hurry up and do this because the man is leaving.
Did you hear that for yourself or he told you that?
He told me that himself.
All right, after you kill Mr. Markel, and do y'all leave town right away?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the first time either of you gets on the phone after the murder?
Maybe like an hour later, something like that. An hour or two.
All right, is that while y'all are headed home?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one of y'all makes a phone call first after the murder?
Garcia.
Okay, and who does he call?
Katie.
All right, are you able to hear that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that a situation where you're hearing Garcia's portion of the conversation or you're hearing both sides of the
Both sides
conversation?
of the story.
How is it you're able to hear both sides?
Because he speaks and he shuts up when she talks.
All right, and when she talks, you can hear her voice through the
Of
receiver?
course.
And you're sure it was her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with her voice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what was that conversation?
So he called and said, it's done. She said, I know. I tell him, hey, what's up with the money? He said, hey, where's the money at? He said, tomorrow. The next day was a Saturday. Because I remember because I ended up going to a barbershop.
All right, was there any discussion or dispute about the fact that y'all were going to get the money the next day instead of that day?
Don't remember. Just remember getting the money the next day.
All right, so Sigfredo Garcia calls Katherine Magbanua, the defendant,
Yes, ma'am.
and he says it's done
Yes, ma'am.
or something along those lines.
Hey, yeah. Just a second, guys. I'm trying to get this Chrome extension so we can do chat highlights on the video screen, because people have been bugging me about that with the new software. That they're saying, hey metrics, we love the new software, but what about the chat overlay? When are we going to get that? We love to see our messages on the screen, True Crime Metrics. So I'm just in the background. I'm trying to get that sorted. So I'll be back. Hang tight, guys. Hang tight.
The job is done.
The job is done.
And she says, I know.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she elaborate on that? Did she say how she knew?
No, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor. It's leading, but it's also asked and answered. We've already gone over this.
Overruled.
Did she say how she knew?
No, ma'am.
All right. Who was responsible when you say she's going to get the money? Is it her responsibility to get the money to pay you or somebody else?
Hey, what you mean?
Who's going to get the money?
Katie's gonna go get that money.
All right, let's talk about what y'all did when you got back to Miami on the day of the murder. What did you do when you got back?
Well, I got back. Oh, it's been a long time. Well, I got back. I think went home, took a shower. We got dressed. We went out that night.
Went out and spent some money, didn't you?
We didn't get that money yet.
Okay. So y'all did what then? Just went to the local place?
Yeah, went to a local bar, hang out.
Okay. And the money, oh, I think I forgot to ask you about this. Did you have any money for the trips that was provided to
Yes,
you?
ma'am.
Tell us about that. Forgot to ask you about that.
Yeah, he had money. He had like at least like $5,000 in his pocket.
And was that the first trip or the second trip or both?
Both trips, he had money.
All right, and that was Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you know where that money came from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the money come from?
From the lady. From
Okay.
Katie.
Okay, so Katie provided the money for y'all to come do the trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Would y'all have had your own money to rent the car and buy gas and
No.
hotels, food?
No, ma'am.
All right, and y'all bought cocaine while you were here too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you got back to Miami after the second trip where the murder was committed, did y'all have any of that money left that was provided for the trip?
I mean, we had a few more. We had some money left because he gave me some money in my pocket to hold.
Do you know how much you got before, I guess for either trip, for that purpose of the trip?
Second trip, he just gave me $300.
So y'all did have a little bit of money to go out with then.
Yes, ma'am.
You said Katie was responsible for going to get the money. Did you go with her to get the money?
No, ma'am.
Did Sigfredo Garcia go with her to get the
He
money?
came with her. He wasn't with her. No, ma'am.
Okay. You said you got the money the next morning. How did y'all get together to exchange the money the next morning?
That next morning, I got up and I went to the barbershop. I get a phone call from Katie. She like, who's gonna come get this money? I said, Tudo. Garcia. Where he's at? I said, I don't know, maybe in Shrimp's house. Some girl that he messed with.
Shrimp's one of his other girlfriends?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me back you up just a little bit. I should have asked you. The night before when y'all were out, was the defendant Katherine Magbanua with you and Sigfredo?
No.
So you didn't see her that night at all?
No.
All right. And the next morning, y'all talk about it, and she says she's looking for Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how to find him?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was he to be found?
I had one of my friends.
Okay, so are we... do we have these comments highlighted now, guys? We should see Nola Vine's comment. Then we should see Kaza T. Oh, we got to bring that down a little. But isn't that nice? Look, we got we got Patricia Burns' comment with the picture and everything. That's our great software, guys. That's why. That's what it does. Look at it. It's fantastic. It's so good. Oh my God. Hey, look, it's Victoria Girl. Let's highlight her fiery comment. How do we do that? Let's do that right now. Whoosh! There it is. Look, Victoria Girl says, "What? It's 1:50 a.m. and you're live! Fire, fire, love heart!" Yeah, you see, I should be the guy that reads out these comments for the accessibility apps. What? It's 1:50 a.m. You know, all your comments could be read to you in honeyed tones, honeyed metrics tones. What about this big comment? Well, that's a big comment. Okay, so I wish that the comment was lower if it was a short comment like this. And then still at the bottom if it were a big comment like this. But we'll get there, guys. We'll get there. We're so going to get there. Okay, let's proceed. Let's proceed. Let's proceed.
So, not look for
Yeah, Victoria Girl, you actually woke me up on Discord. And I woke up, and then I was like, oh shit, I'm 7 hours late for my own broadcast. And then I thought, fuck it, we're going live anyway. So thank you, Victoria Girl, because, you know, we've really been suffering on the numbers. We've got to get back to the Adelson case, you know. But we're Eastern Hemisphere today. Hello, Bangladesh. Hello, Istanbul. Hello, Athens. Hello, Manila. Hello, Bangkok.
him in Miami Beach.
And that's where Shrimp lived?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you know he was going to be at Shrimp's house?
My best friend. I knew everything about him. He was with her. He was staying with her.
You knew he'd be found there.
Yeah.
Okay, but he wasn't answering.
Don't be sorry, Victoria girl. You are my alarm. The metrics alarm is set to Monica.
His phone
At all.
because he had dumped his phone, right?
Yes.
All right, and I should have asked you when we were talking about heading back after the murder, what happened with the murder weapon in this case?
We dumped it
How did you dump it? Where did you dump it?
in the ocean.
All right, where in the ocean?
Like just driving back home, we just pulled over by a bridge and just threw it off.
Okay, and was it like an open ocean?
Yeah, open.
Okay. Was it, were there trees and bushes around as well?
Yeah, because he got off the car and threw it.
Okay, so like an overpass or a causeway.
I know.
Okay. Was the gun thrown into the body of water or into the shrubs and bushes nearby?
I was in the car. He got off the car. He went down. So there was some bushes, so he threw it to the water. That's what he told me. He said it hit the water, dog. Don't worry about it.
He thought it did hit the water?
Yeah.
Okay. But did he have to jump into the bushes to make the throw?
Yeah.
So sort of off the
Right
guardrail?
right under the bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd love to see that scene. Sigfredo Garcia, all casual, walking down to the water. Yes, I'm just going to look at the water, look out at the water and throw my gun. Not throw my gun.
Your Honor, if the witness could sit forward again, just Ms. Magbanua cannot see the witness as he testifies.
All right, just move a little bit forward if you can. All right, that's fine.
All right, let's talk about when you got paid. So you sent a friend to get Sigfredo Garcia. Where do y'all meet up?
Oh, we got paid?
Mm-hmm.
At my house.
All right, tell us what happened. You mentioned something about the barber shop. Tell us the whole
I was
story.
in a barber shop and Jessica called me. She said, they're here to the house. So when I get there, Katie's in my house and Garcia's in my house.
And did you see what vehicle they arrived in?
It's like a SUV, a white SUV.
Okay, was that a car that you recognized?
Yeah.
Whose car was that?
Katie's.
All right, so they arrive in Katie's car and Jessica calls you and says they're there.
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you?
I'm in the barber shop.
And how long does it take you to get there from the barber shop?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay, so that's right up the street.
Right down the corner, yeah.
Okay. What happens when you get to the house?
I get to the house and I see Garcia. I grab the bag, so I'm gonna get back in the car and left. I wasn't too long in the house.
All right, so you go in the house. Katie and Garcia are there. Is Jessica there?
Yeah, she's there too.
All right, and you get the money in what kind of packaging?
It's in a brown bag, like a small brown bag,
Okay, like a brown paper bag or a plastic?
small paper bag.
Okay, did it have any other bags inside it?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, so you get the money. It's in some brown paper. And do you count it? Do you open it?
No,
Why not?
I didn't want Jessica to know what was going on. I just grabbed the bag, told Garcia, let's go.
Because if she saw that money, she'd be wanting some of that money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
when do you open the bag?
I ain't gonna show Jessica the money, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. She wants some of that money, ma'am. She won my picture of my owl, man. She won my picture of my lion, man. Oh, man, there's a lion. We gotta take a picture of a lion, man.
In the car.
When you're in the car, what car are you in? When you open the money?
My car.
All right, who's in the car with you?
Garcia.
All right, is that the old Mercedes?
Yes, ma'am.
What year Mercedes was that?
Like 87.
Okay, so you and Garcia get in the Mercedes. What does Katherine Magbanua do?
She was in my house
She stayed in the house.
because I had a newborn.
All right, so she was seeing the baby.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you opened the money, how much money was in there?
35.
Okay, did you count it?
No, I trust him.
And when you say you trust him, you're talking about Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you mentioned that you got a little extra money. When was that done?
All right, think right there and then. Be like, here, take this. Right, or right when we went to the barbershop. Be like, take 2 more though. You do me a favor.
So when y'all left the house after getting paid, you went,
Yeah, take another $2,000, even though you didn't do the job that I hired you to do. But here's another $2,000 on top of the 35 that I'm giving you. What is that about?
back to the barbershop?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when Garcia gave you some more money.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
All right,
check
tell
that
us
out.
about the money
Check that
once
out.
you opened it up. Was
We
it
got a
package?
super duper chat from our beautiful friend Monica. Thank you, Monica. We're going to send you a love heart right back, babe. How does that work? Yeah, okay. For waking up, so glad you did get up. Okay, yeah, I'm up.
In an unusual way?
Yeah, I never seen money stable. All hundreds and they were all stable.
And this money was what denominations of bills? You know what I mean by that? Tens, twenties, hundreds?
Hundreds, all hundreds.
All hundreds stapled into how many?
Sorry, Miss Kappelman, not hundreds. Hundreds. All hundreds. Hundreds. All hundreds. There's stacks of hundreds.
Hundreds together.
$1,000.
$1,000 stacks?
Yes.
And each stack stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a big kind of brick.
Something like that, yeah.
So you got 35 plus an additional 2,000. Do you know how much Sigfredo Garcia got?
By my knowledge, I think he got like 40.
Okay, so he got 40 and gave you 2,000 of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, Albert. I think with the amount of cocaine and booze Sigfredo was doing on the way up, he wouldn't have made it to Tallahassee if he had to drive himself.
All right, and what about Katherine Magbanua?
She got the rest.
And how much was the total for the job?
100.
$100,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you buy anything with your cut of the money?
Just a motorcycle.
What about Garcia? Did you buy something?
Yeah, motorcycle and like 2 cars.
I'm gonna approach and show you some exhibits. All right, we got 44 through 47. I'll show you each one of these. Do you recognize each one of these exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these fair and accurate photos of you and Garcia and the items you purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move to evidence 44 through 47.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as 44 through 47.
Can I publish?
You may.
Question statement 44. Who is this in the photo, Mr. Rivera?
That's me, Jessica, Katie, and Garcia.
Got the right, you?
Jessica, Katie, Garcia.
Page 45, you represent that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
Garcia, and me.
Page 46, you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of photo?
Two motorcycles and a car. It's a Monte Carlo Garcia's. That's his motorcycle, the black and yellow one. And the red one was a guy named Rivera.
Okay, so was this
Okay.
motorcycle yours or Garcia?
I've just had a fucking tweet from this fucking idiot. How do I share this? Let's share this. Hang on. What's his name? Glenn Thomas. Glenn Thomas. I gotta sign in? I don't know how to sign in. Forget that. Let's do it like this. Hang on, guys, hang on. We've got this stupid tweet from Glenn Thomas. Ay. How do we go to screenshot? Screenshot, yes. And then we come back here to our wonderful software. Alright, you should be able to see that. Look at the return date on the rental agreement. It exonerates Wendy. Oh, really? And how's that? Because it's for July 17th. They were supposed to return the car. These guys are knuckleheads. You know, how hard is it? Who's rented a car and decided that they need it for a couple of extra days? You phone the rental company, you say, I'm not going to be back. Charge me. You know, that's all there is to it. I mean, sometimes they don't even fill out the return date. This is not proof of anything, Glenn Thomas. Stop messaging me saying that you believe in Wendy's innocence and that you're going to write a book exonerating her. You just look like a fucking idiot. What is wrong with you? I mean, I'd say that you're just a trolling for attention, but there's something different about you, Glenn Thomas. There's something very, very wrong with Glenn Thomas. What is it? But just leave me alone. You're so annoying. I hate you. I hate you. Phone calls with the dentist.
Garcia.
Was this a motorcycle that you bought with proceeds from the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And this Monte Carlo, was that Garcia as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that purchased with proceeds?
Yes, ma'am.
Stage 47. What's in this photo?
That's me and Garcia and our motorcycle.
Those motorcycles y'all bought with proceeds from the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, look, it looks like Victoria Girl, all the way up there in
86 Mercedes that you drove
Vancouver Island,
prior to the murder. What kind of vehicle did Garcia
is
drive?
going to have a view of the Aurora Borealis. Are you going to see that tonight, Monica? I've never seen the Aurora Borealis. I've seen the Southern Hemisphere one, but never the North. Man, I really need to get a second monitor now that we've got this fantastic software. There's so many windows and tabs and widgets and stuff going on. So, if you want to support the channel and help us get that second monitor, link in the description to buymeacoffee.com where you can support the channel. It's a really good thing to do. And fantastic news, it's a tax write-off. Your very next tax return will benefit because it counts as... What does it count as? Charity? I don't know. No. We're not looking for charity. We're looking for investment, care, and appreciation. Buymeacoffee.com to support the channel / True Crime Metrics.
Prior to the murder.
I don't think he had one at that time.
So no vehicle at all, and then 2 vehicles.
Yes.
All right. What about Katherine Magbanua? What did she spend her money on?
Don't know.
Albert, Glenn probably is banned from the chat comments. Yeah, I remember that, but this was on Twitter. And I don't know, I could block him on Twitter, I guess, but I kind of like to keep an eye on him. But it does annoy me.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder?
Like change my phone?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't try to change your number? Phone number?
Don't remember. Probably I don't remember.
Did you have an opportunity to meet with Investigator Newland from my office and listen to some calls to see if you recognize the voices on the calls?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. I'm sorry, I think it's actually it's the wire disc. I think it's and also from that. And were you asked to listen to a portion of those calls and see if you could identify the voices on the calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make initials by each call as you listened to it to verify, yes, that is who it says it is on the
Yes,
list?
ma'am.
And were you able to identify both Sigfredo Garcia's voice and Katherine Magbanua's voice on those calls?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 66. Is this the sheet where you initialed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you were able to identify the voices of the people that are highlighted there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Investigator Newland go through this sheet with you and tell you exactly which calls you were?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move the evidence State 66.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State 66.
Mr. Rivera, you testified that your motive for doing this was money. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have a beef with Dan Markel in any way?
Not at all. Nope.
Yeah, what would that beef have been? Yeah, I was reading the prof's blog last week and he said some things about the legislature that I didn't like, so I just thought, I said to Sigfredo, listen, this guy up north is writing some stuff on his blog about the legislature in Florida, and I've had enough of it. Let's go and kill this guy.
Had you ever had any contact at all in any way with Wendy Adelson other than when you thought you saw her on Trescott?
Say that again, please.
Did you ever have any contact at all with Wendy Adelson prior to, I know when y'all were driving down the road one day, you thought you saw her on the road or on the sidewalk?
I never spoke to these people.
All right, no contact with Wendy Adelson,
No, ma'am.
Donna Adelson,
No, ma'am.
Harvey Adelson,
No, ma'am.
Charlie Adelson.
No, ma'am.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right.
What is she going to do now? Love this judge, by the way, Judge Wheeler. He's my favorite judge of all three trials. We've had three different judges, and he's, for me, yeah, sure, I love Judge Everett. And I like Hankinson as well, but, I'm not like overcome with
Shrimp's
appreciation.
real name?
No. Unless we call her Duty, something like that. But I don't know her name at all.
Just nicknames.
We've
Yeah.
all missed Georgia.
Nothing further.
All right, we're going to take a break now before the cross-examination. Give you an opportunity to
going
use the
into
facility,
cross.
stretch your legs. So it's 3:20. We'll take about 15 minutes, and then we'll be back and ready to continue with the testimony, okay? If you could escort the jury out, please.
You know who else we've missed, Victoria Girl? We've also missed Chris DeCoste. What a guy. Just love his style on the podium. It's just got a great speaking style. Okay, what is going on?
All right, anything from the state before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
And this is Christopher, as far as Christopher DeCoste is concerned, Luis Rivera is like his main adversary. You know, he's got to take down his testimony because he's the one that's closest to Katie, that's giving testimony against her. All the rest of the stuff, the law enforcement, the wiretaps, I mean, that's a different kettle of fish. But Luis Rivera, he's really got to take down. So he's pretty brutal on him as far as I remember. Let's find out.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
Man, she's got long hair, huh? What happened to the braids? She usually has her hair in some kind of intricate braiding arrangement. Yeah, Hankinson's like real old school, isn't he? Victoria Girl. It's people get real excited about him in the comments, and I'm not that warm to him. You know, I didn't hate him, but I really liked Judge Everett, just because he looks so cuddly, and I love Judge Wheeler. Judge Wheeler's just got this real laid-back style. But you remember when we saw him in the private conversation between Georgia Kappelman, Sarah Dugan, Tara Kawas, and Christopher DeCoste pre-trial, when he was getting real flustered. I mean, he's got a flustery side as well. He's a no-nonsense judge, but in trial, he's so laid back. I love it. Yeah, Albert Lewis is unshakable.
Down here to my
He's
computer.
a tough guy.
That I'm gonna plug in. Just I wanted the state to know that there's a set of headphones right
Okay.
Hey, we got a coffee. Ah, so her name is Caroline. You see, I was always thinking it was Karen. Thank you, Caroline.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
3 coffees. Wow. That is very much appreciated. Cas of tea. Think about how many, I mean, is it tea or coffee? 3 cups of tea from Cas of tea. A chamomile with a squirt of lemon and a full teaspoon of honey.
All right, please be seated. We're ready to continue with cross-examination. Mr. DeCoste.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, the bullets that entered Professor Markel's head and ended his life, you bought those, right?
Yes, sir.
The gun that fired those bullets, you bought them too.
Yes, sir.
And I love how Luis Rivera on the stand is not up here trying to feign regret and, you know, what do they call it? What's the word? Remorse. You know, he's just like, yeah, I bought the bullets that ended up in Markel's head. What's the guy's name? Markel?
The car that drove to Tallahassee and into his driveway, you rented it.
Yes, sir.
And the hotel room that you stayed in the night before and planned the murder, you paid for.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, you were asked by the government whether you are a 10-time convicted felon. You are, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, one of those cases is from 2013 in Miami, right?
Yes, sir.
And you took probation.
Yeah, but you know what, Patricia Burns? We hear quite a lot from Katie. We've got about 20 letters about her prison life and how she's doing and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, she doesn't really seem to be having any trouble, like being a prison bitch or on a choke chain or nothing. It's all about doing her hair. And, yeah, she just seems really, really bored. Basically, she wants to know what's going on the outside and what's going on, what people are saying about the case online and stuff. She even asked us to take one of her prison photos, because we get a lot of photos of her in prison, you know, when she's had a new haircut or something. She asked us to take one of her prison photos and Photoshop her with a different background. Not in prison, so she could send her kids a picture of her not in prison. And we did that. We took her to a field in Colorado with a bunch of cows, and we put her right there in the field of cows and sent that to her. So it's kind of funny to think that some True Crime Metrics artwork might go from Portugal to Lowell Women's Correctional Facility or whatever it is, be received by Katie and then sent on to her children, you know, and she's in Colorado with a bunch of cows.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And you violated it.
Yes, sir.
You were indicted federally.
Yes, sir.
Now, that probation violation hearing, that's what a PVH is, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have a case.
Oh, is that what Georgia said at the beginning? A probation hearing violation. What was it? No.
Case, you take a plea to probation. Now, and you took probation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you violated it.
Yes, sir.
You were indicted federally.
Yes, sir.
Now, that probation violation hearing, that's what a PVH is, right?
PVH, probation violation hearing. Well, that doesn't sound like it's going to get him 15 years. Oh, what? Because you get the sentence for the original crime. Okay. Well, he's probably not going to get that. You know, he's golden boy as far as the state of Florida is concerned. He's put 3 people away already, and he'll be back for Donna.
Yes, sir.
So you have a case, you take a plea to probation, you violate it by getting federally indicted, and you then have the pending probation.
Yeah, there seems to be like, you know, Georgia and Lewis seem to get along fine, right? I think Georgia Kappelman would have him round for Christmas morning, you know, opening presents with her kids under the tree. Maybe Lewis could dress up in a Santa costume and come into the room carrying a big sack of presents, you know. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Violation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're facing 15 years on this pending violation. Right.
Yes, sir.
And that penalty of 15 years can run consecutive to the sentences that you are already serving both here for Leon County and the federal sentence, right?
Maybe.
So you could do, it's a yes or a no on this one. You know that it's a yes, right? That it can run consecutive after the 19 years.
I don't know, but yes.
Now, at the time you took the plea in this murder case, you had no idea about that probation violation, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know about it.
I didn't know, no.
You had 2 attorneys at the time. They failed to tell you,
Yes, sir.
right? The government, who works also for the state of Florida, like the prosecutors in Miami.
Victoria Girl. I love his dramatic style. The government at the time didn't know about your connection to the Latin Kings, right? You know, he's got that just It's just a great lawyer style. We see it often, but he does it really well and doesn't mind overdoing it. And I love the fact that he overdoes it. I think it's really good for getting points home to the jury. He makes you want to hear the end of his sentence.
Assistant state attorneys, they didn't let you know either.
No.
And it's your
He has a quality that Dan Rashbaum will never have. Dan Rashbaum's up there trying to do the same thing, like saying to Charlie Adelson, did you have anything to do with the death of Professor Markel? Did you ever want your nephews to be without a father? It's pathetic what he does. He just ain't got it. Ain't got it. Chris has got it.
understanding nobody knew about it. Not your attorneys, not these attorneys, not yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And you actually learned when I asked you the question about whether you knew about the pending probation violation.
Yes, sir.
Now let's go to your next case. The federal indictment. You agree with me that you took a conviction for conspiracy to violate the RICO statute.
Yes, sir.
Now that's a RICO statute that's used to prosecute large groups committing crimes, right?
Yes, sir.
You took 151 months prison,
Yes, sir.
approximately 12 and a half years
Yes, sir.
as a career offender.
Yes, sir.
That means that you're a career criminal in the federal system.
Yes, sir.
And of course, you have the conviction for the murder case here,
Yes, sir.
one of those 10.
Yes.
And the charge that you pled to was second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
And you took a plea of 19 years prison.
Yes, sir.
So you've got two sentences. You've got 19 years prison on the murder case here,
Yes, sir.
and you got 12 and a half on the federal case, right?
Yes.
They're not stacked one after the other. They're running at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to your federal indictment, you pled guilty, but you're actually innocent, right?
The federal system.
The federal indictment, the
If I plead
RICO
guilty,
case,
I'm guilty.
you are guilty. Do you remember taking the first time you took a deposition in this case with Sigfredo Garcia's attorney?
Yes.
You remember how there was a court reporter present that took down all your words?
Yes, sir.
Your attorney was present.
Yes, sir.
They swore you in at the beginning, asking you to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Counsel pages 30 to 31, starting on lines 12. And I want to make sure you're using a certified copy, not the draft.
Say the lines again, please.
Pages 30 to 31, starting at line 12. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Rivera, do you remember being asked the following questions and giving the following answers? Have you ever been involved in a conspiracy to commit an armed robbery? Answer, no. Have you ever been? Answer, I got conspiracy right now with a federal charge. Question, right, your racketeering charge. Answer, my racketeering, so if you want to get that clear, that can be a yes. Question, okay, so yes on the well, I was going to get to your answer. Because that's in my records, it doesn't mean that I did it, but it's all over my records, so question, go ahead. All that you asked me, question, right, answer. It's in my federal record, conspiracy. It becomes into robberies. It becomes everything that you asked me. But I'm telling you no because I didn't do none of that. But it's in my record, so that's a yes. So you have something in your...
And in terms of how useful Luis Rivera has been to this prosecution, very useful, right? But it's Christopher DeCoste's job now to make him less useful, to cast doubt on his testimony, right? I don't know how that's possible. He did a great job testifying with Georgia Kappelman And obviously it didn't really work because Katie got found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no parole plus 30 years. How about that, huh? So even if you get your life sentence removed, you've still got to do 30 years, and you've only been in for 8. Almost 8. No, she's been in for 8 and a bit now, huh? That's a long time, huh? 8 years. I think if you let Katie out and said, listen, bitch, you're on a fucking choke chain. You so much as go a quarter mile over the speed limit and we're giving you the death penalty. You know? You stay in a room, you're getting an online job, you do nothing, you're allowed to Walmart once a week, you're on a 3-mile tether range. You step a quarter of an inch outside of that tether range, death penalty. You know? And not a good death penalty. We're just going to drag you out of your house and put a bullet in your head. In fact, we're going to let Ruth Markel pull the trigger herself. She's flying down from Toronto special just for you to administer justice for Dan Markel, for Professor Markel.
Record, but you didn't do it.
You know, if you let her out like that, I think she'd keep her fucking nose clean. I think she's the only one that she could go, okay, I'm really gonna keep quiet. I'm gonna be good. You know, I'm gonna give something back to society. You know, if you let Sigfredo out, he'd be doing cocaine off a hooker's tit within 24 hours, right? And robbing a car to pay for it.
Answer, I didn't do it. I just got convicted to it. I signed a plea. I took it. You can't fight with the feds. You can't beat them.
Nobody can beat him. That's a yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's all right, Kaza. Yeah, no, it's so appreciated. The coffee's on buymeacoffee.com. It's a great way to support the channel. Because we need to buy some time, man. We need to buy some time, you know. We've got to change up the content on True Crime Metrics. We need to do more full storytelling. You know, there's only so far court case commentary can go. And we've got to get to new heights. New heights. We've already conquered this world. Now we're on to the next mountain. The only way is up. And, you know, we just got to... This is what we've got to do, guys. We've got to get some equipment. And we've got to get some time to produce some great content. Because it's all coming. You should see our fucking whiteboard. We don't actually have a whiteboard. But there's a huge, huge whiteboard in my mind with all these ideas on, you know. It's just an endless stream of ideas. And we get suggestions on Discord and in the comments here all the time. Grizzly Man, yes, I absolutely want to do Grizzly Man, Victoria Girl. But I want to do it justice, you know. And that, again, I said to you in the comments, that's actually, as much as I'd love to do that immediately and stop everything and do Grizzly Man immediately, it's actually kind of a bad one to do at the moment because we're trying to get those coffees in, we're trying to get the ad revenue in from YouTube so we can get this equipment by this time to produce some content. And I think Werner Herzog is going to have something to say about me using his videos. Copyright wise, it's probably going to be demonetized, so you know, it's a bad time for that to happen. But who knows? Like I said the other day, we just need a couple of wealthy benefactors to come to the channel, become full lifetime members of Buy Me a Coffee membership. If we get a couple of those in quickly, fuck the YouTube ad revenue, demonetize the content, it doesn't matter because we've got, you know, support from our fabulous rich benefactors that can afford to become a lifetime coffee member. You know, it only takes a couple, maybe 3. 3 would be good. That would buy us all the time in the world, plus the equipment that we need. Yeah, no, that's what we need, definitely. So any rich benefactors out there, whether you're in Bangladesh, maybe the prince, the king of Bangladesh is tuning in because we're on an early stream, you know, early stream for the Eastern Hemisphere. So the king of Bangladesh, please consider becoming a lifetime member of buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. It's just, because the benefits, great benefits, big benefits, they'll all be yours forever because there's no expiration on lifetime coffee True Crime memberships. Or the Prime Minister of Turkey. Welcome. I did meet you once, but I forgot your name. Sorry. Where did I meet you? I met you in London. You were at a conference that I was filming. And I put a microphone on you. You may not remember me, but here I am. This is what I'm doing now. You're still running Istanbul? That's great. Consider becoming a member, a lifetime member of True Crime Metrics on buymeacoffee.com, and then we don't have to worry about the ad revenue and whether or not our video is going to be demonetized on YouTube. We'll say, fuck you, YouTube. We're doing it metrics style because we don't care about you. We don't care about your ads, YouTube. We're not feeding the machine anymore, YouTube, because we're coffee people. Okay, YouTube, now back the fuck up. But seriously, link in the description. If you're the Prime Minister of Turkey, if you're the King of Bangladesh, click the link, become a lifetime member of buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics /memberships. Find the link. It's in the description for the video. Find the link.
Understand that in your...
Yeah, maybe that's what we should do. I'm going to look into neural linguistic programming, guys, okay? Click the link. Click the link. The clicking of the link is easy. Easy. Click the link. Click the link. How does it work? We need to do a video on neural linguistic programming. But while we're there, please support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics.
Your deposition, you said that you didn't do anything on the federal case.
Yes, sir.
So I'll ask you the question again. On your federal case, are you innocent or not?
No.
And the reason, well, let's go on. So in your deposition, counsel, lines, page 34, lines 20 through 24. Mr. Rivera, do you remember saying the following?
Hey, explain this to me, Canada. The 2 is in Banff. Victoria Girl is in Vancouver Island, which is west. So how is it 2:30 in Vancouver? Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, I got it. I had it backwards. Sorry.
Okay, so just to be clear, you signed that because that's what was best for you to do, not because that was the truth, right? Answer, that's not the truth. That's best for me to go ahead and take it and run. You remember saying that in deposition under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Basically saying, I did not commit this federal crime, but I took it and ran because you can't fight with the feds. Right?
This is Christopher DeCoste's big line of the questioning. You can't fight the feds, so you took it and ran. Said whatever they wanted because you can't fight the feds. You were looking at the death penalty, but you can't fight the feds. It doesn't really work, as much as I love him, there was too much evidence against Katherine Magbanua, and there was too much of Luis Rivera's testimony that was verified. It was all verified. It was totally legit, 100% legit. Whether it was a picture of an owl or a lion, does it matter?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, page 32, line 25. Mr. Rivera, you also remember saying, you can't never beat the feds, man. You can't go to trial with the feds.
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, the feds are involved in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Special Agent Patrick Sanford and the rest of the FBI.
Yes, sir.
Understanding your reluctance on the next topic, let's get into it. The Latin Kings. Let's talk first about the size of the Latin Kings. The federal indictment that we just talked about was 23 defendants, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the Latin Kings are much larger than just 23 people, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as an aside, a guy, Juan Marcos Vega, was a co-defendant in your federal indictment, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was not a Latin King yet. He was a probationer.
Yes.
Now, the Latin Kings themselves, they are one of the largest and most well-organized gangs in the country, right?
That's true.
And you know that because that's in the factual proffer that you signed in the...
Ah, I've got this sucky background color on the chat comments now, guys. How do we get rid of that? Let's try... That also sucks. Okay, well, teething problems. We're going to get there, guys. I'm going to build my own app.
federal
That's what I'm
case,
gonna
what
do.
you agreed
That's
to.
true.
They operate in at least 39 states, including Florida.
Yes.
By your word, they are everywhere.
Yes, sir.
That includes Chicago, right?
Yes.
New York,
Yes.
Key West,
Yes.
Fort Lauderdale,
Yes.
Naples,
Yes.
Tampa,
Everywhere.
Jacksonville,
Yes, sir.
Orlando,
Everywhere.
Tallahassee.
Oh,
Yes.
I love that. How many Florida towns can you name? That includes everywhere, right? The Latin Kings, they're everywhere. They're like a rash. They're just everywhere. Jacksonville, Orlando. I mean, we know where you're going with this, Tallahassee. But even just the way he says Tallahassee, it's like a conclusion. It's like he's showing to the jury, they're there too, okay? So he had contacts in the neighborhood.
Now, the purpose of the Latin Kings, the primary source of income is generated through distribution of narcotics, assault, robbery, burglary, and identity theft, right?
Yes.
Also, the distribution of firearms
Yes.
and homicide.
Yes, sir.
If you could speak up for the jury so that they can hear you. I want to make sure everybody down here can hear you. Now, the members committed these crimes to benefit, promote, and further the interests of the gang, right?
Yes.
And to increase their own standing.
Yes.
To get higher up, you got to do more.
Yes.
Now, going through this quickly, the organization, you guys adhere to a local, regional, state, and national system, right?
Yes, sir.
The local, like Miami, reports to regional officers, right?
Yes, sir.
Regional reports to state officers,
Yes.
and then state officers report to the national bosses, right?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about your involvement. You've been in it your whole life.
Yeah.
Since you were 10 years old.
Yes, sir.
In 2014, you were 31 years old, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So that's 21 years that you've been involved.
Yes, sir.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you were the boss of Miami
Yes,
since
sir.
the age of 15 or 16.
Yes, sir. But I just
It's
want
a nice thing to have on your curriculum vitae, isn't it? The boss of Miami. Only one man holds the key, and his name is Luis.
to know what this got to do with the case.
It has everything. We'll get to
This the murder case or Latin King case? I took a picture of an owl, man. I put on Instagram, man. I take a picture of an owl, I put on Instagram, man. Okay, I put location on Instagram, man.
I don't. They don't got nothing to do with this.
Mr. Rivera, just answer the
They
questions, please.
don't.
You were a legacy, correct?
Yes.
Now that means because you had family members that were in it as well.
Just two uncles. Yes.
Correct. Now,
Two uncles. My tios. Dos tios in Latin Kings, yeah? They like to take pictures of owls, man, okay? My uncles, my two tios, they take pictures of owls, they put on Instagram, man.
your position within the Latin Kings, you were the first crown, right?
Yes, sir.
And what the first crown means is that you're the jefe, you're the boss of that area, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you're the boss of mostly the whole of Miami.
Yes.
Yeah, he's the boss, but he had no money. He buys a new car, and it's a used 10-year-old Toyota Camry. Okay. Did it have a Bluetooth stereo, or it didn't, huh? Just a CD player? Not even an auxiliary cable so you could plug in your... okay. The aircon was broken. There was a broken pipe in the aircon, so even if you filled it up, it wouldn't work. Okay. Missing a hubcap. Okay. That's what the boss of Miami drives around in, huh? A 10-year-old Toyota Camry with a missing hubcap, no Bluetooth, and broken aircon. With one door replaced in a different color than the rest of the car.
Between the ages of 10 to 15 or 16, you rose to that position, right?
Yes, sir.
And you rose through the ranks.
Yes.
The 5th crown is a secretary, right?
Yes.
The 4th crown is a treasurer.
Yeah. A cassette,
Yes.
right? A cassette player with a broken tape still in it, stuck. Can't even, listen to a cassette.
The 3rd crown.
Does anyone else miss cassettes? Wasn't it great when you couldn't skip? Now you can't make anyone a mixtape anymore, because if they get to a song that they don't like, they'll just skip it. And you can't take someone on that musical journey, It used to be... I know you can press fast forward on a cassette or rewind. Fast forward was actually quite a fancy feature, I remember. It used to be a lot of car radios you could only rewind, and going forward you had to wait. I would like one of those again, retro style.
Is a enforcer.
Yeah.
The 2nd crown is a cacique.
Yeah.
And then you reach the top.
Yes, sir.
Now below these
Oh,
5 points of the crown
The
are
camera was for Jessica, Albert? I didn't know that. See? Thanks, Albert.
a whole bunch of soldiers, right?
Yes, sir.
And you rose through that, still a child by the age of 16.
Yes, sir.
And you held that throne
Yes, sir.
for 15, 16 years before you were charged.
Yes, I did.
Now, to keep that throne, you have to continue to commit crimes and oversee crimes, right?
Objection,
sir.
relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk specifically about your tribe. That's what you refer to your crew as, right?
This don't got nothing to do with the case, man. Not my tribe at all.
This
Right,
got
Mr. Rivera, I'll
nothing to do
make
with
that
the case.
determination, okay? You just need to answer the questions, please.
We're talking about the size, the amount of soldiers, the amount in your group. Now, you're the boss over roughly 100 people in 2014, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's rules to the Latin Kings, right?
Yep.
There's a rule book.
Yes, sir.
Hey, there's 9 people watching this stream who have not left a like on the video, guys. Can we please bring that up? Could you just leave a like on the video? It's early morning and there's not many people up, even in Bangladesh and Istanbul. But I still think we can get some likes on the video, because it'll help us later. It's a great way to help the channel, and it's free. Just click the like button.
These are actually all written out. Both the purpose, the rules, everything about the Latin Kings is put into what's called the manifesto, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you violate those rules, there's penalties for it.
Yes, sir.
Those include beatings.
Yes, sir.
You've ordered those before.
Yes, sir.
It includes things like ink removal, tattoos of Latin Kings,
Yes, sir.
forcibly to remove them,
Yes, sir.
burn them off or cut them off.
Yes.
Now, snitching is the ultimate rule, right?
Yes, sir.
As a criminal enterprise, you need to have that rule so that if you're committing crimes with your gang members, that they're not going to flip against you.
Yes, sir.
And you violated that rule.
Yes, I did.
Now, had you violated that rule on an actual Latin king,
No.
the penalties would be more severe than what they're seeking against you right now.
Oh, it's be the same.
They're trying to kill you.
Yes, sir.
They're trying to kill your family.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that if you were to name a Latin king, because
I'm not naming no Latin king, bro.
I know. So Katherine Magbanua, nowhere near a gang member, right?
No.
Sigfredo Garcia, not a Latin king.
No, sir.
Wendy Adelsons, somebody else you pointed at, not a Latin king.
No.
You'd agree with me that had you pointed out a Latin king, that the penalty, although the same, may have been delivered in a much more severe.
Yeah, right, Victoria Girl. That's why I don't have any tattoos, you know. What do I need to be identified more easily for? I like to keep a low profile, okay? No tattoos.
manner.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your cooperation. We're done with the Latin Kings for now. Okay? Is it a fair agreement that after you were charged in this case, you're brought to Leon County that you're desperate?
Desperate like what?
Like you're in a jam. You're charged with first degree murder. The evidence is strong. You're looking at the death penalty.
Yes.
Let's go through it. So, did you know, and you may not have, that there was media all over the place about the case? Your face was all over 2020, all over the news as involved in the case.
Yes.
The evidence in the case was strong. You saw it. They have ATM photos of you. They got the Prius. They got cell phone communications. They got people identifying you up there or up here.
Yes.
That was a problem, right?
Yes, sir.
You're being held in custody, no bond.
Yes, sir.
The penalty, guaranteed life, if not the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had just dealt with snitches on your federal case, right?
Yes, sir.
A guy named King Nano, the second in command of Florida, way above you, testified against the other 22 defendants in the federal case, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. If you know, you can answer.
Yes, sir.
Nano testified against you,
Yes.
right? Despite your gang's rules,
Yes.
right? And the repercussions.
Yes, sir.
Now you're involved in a case with Sigfredo Garcia, who was not a Latin king,
Yes, sir.
and not under those rules.
Yes, sir.
Within your arrest paperwork and discovery, Katherine Magbanua's name is all over it, right?
Yes, sir.
She's a mother, right?
Yes, sir.
College graduate,
Yes, sir.
works in healthcare,
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
could easily be pressured into testifying against you.
Yes, sir.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
That's speculation. That'll be struck. That's
Strike,
speculation.
thank you.
Having just gone,
Albert, you know, the thing with the likes is that we are consistently, I mean, pretty much 100% of the time, we have more than 10% of the view count, we have that as likes, which is the higher end of where you want it to be. A good score for that, as far as the algorithm goes, is between 5 and 10% of the total views. That's how many likes you want on a channel. So I'm pretty pleased with the fact that we're always over 10% of the view count is a like on the video. That's what the algorithm wants to see, you know. That's what the algorithm wants to see. And then you have another 10% less for the amount of comments. So we hit all the right spots for the algorithm. We butter that algorithm right up. You know, it's all buttered up. Yeah, but you know, this is the thing. I think there's only so far courtroom commentary can go. The videos are very long, very, very long. And, you know, committed viewers like you love to be here, whatever time of day it is. But I think, you know, to take this channel to the next level, we've already conquered this world. But to take it to the next channel, we need to do more stories with more visual stimulation. We're going to stimulate those visuals. We're going to do story visuals, telling the full case and just doing clips. But you know, that's why we need the support. We need the coffee support. We need the membership support. So please become a member, either on YouTube, Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee. We need those two rich benefactors to come to buymeacoffee.com, click on the memberships button and sign up for lifetime membership of buymeacoffee.com. 2 or 3 of those and we are set to go. We're going to take this channel into the fucking stratosphere of all things stream, and it's going to be, it's going to be a real player, a dominant player. Gone will be the days when we were lower than some other people, because we'll be the best. And I think, we are the best, and it's time the world agreed with us, I think. So if you'd like us, if you would like to make us help, if you would like to help us make that happen and do your part, please do become a lifetime member of buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics.
Gone through a case mere months before where a hardened criminal that lives by a code to not snitch snitched against you. You had a concern that you could be snitched against, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, the feds were involved. And in your words, you can't never beat the feds, man. You can't go to trial with the feds.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Albert, 10% is high. That's what all the literature says on how to impress the algorithm. Between 5 and 10% of your view count should be your likes count. And if you think about it, that does make sense. If you've got a video with 10 million views, like we will have when we get support on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics /full-time lifetime membership, when we have 10 million views, if we've got 1 million likes, I mean, it is a good number. That's really how it works. We've read all about it, Albert.
So you had a choice. You could not cooperate and surely get killed by the government by way of the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
Or at best, get life in prison.
Yes, sir.
Or you cooperate, right?
Yes, sir.
You get released while you're still young.
Yes, sir.
You'll be out in your 40s, right?
Like 50.
Now, there's a risk that you get murdered by the gang, but you have the biggest gang protecting you, the government, right?
Yes, sir.
It was the only chance you had to live.
Yes, sir.
It was either death penalty in life or take the risk, but you got them for protection.
Yes, sir.
But to get this deal, you had to sell yourself, right?
Cooperate. Yes, sir.
Now, you already knew, and they let you know, they already had Garcia.
Yes, sir.
The evidence against him was equally as strong, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had the knowledge from the feds that you had just gone through, that to get reductions, you have to help further the theory and get new arrests, right? You knew that.
Yes, sir.
You had to advance their theory to get time off.
Yes, sir.
If you could, and I know that it's you could be nervous. I want to make sure everybody can hear, so if you could speak up or get closer to the microphone. Now, I want to talk about the information that you had. Your arrest warrant, that went out in the media, right?
Yes, sir.
And your family informed you about it while you were in federal custody.
Yes, sir.
Jessica, you spoke to her about it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Jessica, she's very smart. She's very intelligent.
Yes, she is.
She can figure things out.
Yes, sir.
She read, and it was about you, the narrative section of your warrant was about 20 pages, single-spaced, right?
Yes, sir.
Detailing the government's theory, right?
Yes, sir.
That Katherine Magbanua was in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Once you're charged and you're here in Tallahassee, you reviewed your discovery with your attorneys, right?
Yes, sir.
They went over with you all the evidence, all the reports that were written in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You know who Craig Isom is, right?
Yeah.
He's so you have a team, you have the federal agent, and then you have the local investigator, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that Investigator Isom wrote a bunch of reports detailing the theory of the case, just like your arrest warrant, right?
If I knew he wrote my case?
No. I'm saying that you get in discovery. Your attorneys, when they came to see you, they came with files, right?
Yeah.
They came with a lot of paperwork, and that included things like police reports,
Yes,
right?
Sir.
And they reviewed that with you.
Yes, sir.
And they reviewed that with you. didn't they? Maybe they were giving you a coded message about what to say on the stand. When they sat down with you for hours, they reviewed everything with you, didn't they? He just makes everything sound sinister if he needs to. The government, you have the biggest gang defending you, protecting you, don't you? You have that gang, don't you, Mr. Rivera?
And ultimately what you did in this case, you met with law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
You finally sit down with them come the fall time of 2016, right?
Yes.
You knew their theory, right?
Yes.
That Katherine was involved, right?
I knew she was involved. Yep.
And you named the names that they wanted to hear to get a reduction. That's what you did, right?
I gave them the names. Yes.
You gave the two names that were in the reports and in your discovery, Wendy Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
You did exactly what you said you did in the federal case. You took it and ran.
Yes, sir.
Agreed to the government's facts, whether truthful or not.
It's true. But yes.
You agree that you agreed to untruthful facts.
No, everything I said was the truth, or whatever you're trying to say. But
I'm here trying to figure out what you've said and done. So you need to tell me, okay, please? You agreed to the government's facts, right?
yes.
Now let's talk about your cooperation agreement. You have an agreement with the state attorney's office in exchange for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about what you get. You get a reduced charge, right?
Yes, sir.
It went from first-degree murder down to second-degree murder.
Yes, sir.
You qualify as a habitual felony offender, and that was waived, right?
Yes, sir.
The death penalty was waived.
Yes, sir.
Other charges were waived, like conspiracy to commit murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Solicitation to commit murder.
Yes, sir.
Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes, sir.
You possessed firearms in this case, and they gave you a pass on those charges as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that in the state of Florida, there's a minimum mandatory penalty for a convicted felon possessing a gun?
Yes, I do.
They also gave you a pass on an aggravated assault with a firearm.
Yes, sir.
You told them a story about how a guy, Shawdrick Nobles, the guy that you bought drugs from and the guy that helped you with the Prius, that he and a bunch of his friends came into the hotel room and that you pulled two guns on him and told them to strip, right?
Yes, sir.
So you get a pass on that as well, too.
Yes, sir.
Now, on this topic of the Prius, and I just thought about this, you said that the gas line was shot
Yes, sir.
and the car immediately stopped.
Yes, sir.
Prius is electric, you know that, right?
It was on gas. Stop.
You understand it's a hybrid vehicle that
Yes,
can
I
run
do.
on electricity.
Okay, does anybody out there have a Prius? I know it's a hybrid, obviously, but does it need gas? Like, it's going to have sensors and everything. I would say that it probably, if the gas tank is empty, or there's a hole in the fucking fuel line, it won't run, right? If it's dripping fuel all over the road, it's probably got a sensor to say, don't run, right? Stop the car. Does anybody know?
Yes, I do.
So we're talking about what you get in this cooperation agreement. You get 19 years.
Yes, sir.
No minimum mandatory.
Yes, sir.
Now, had you been the shooter,
Good morning, Kim. Good morning, Kim. How you doing, Kim? Good to see you, Kim. Good morning to you, Kim.
you would have gotten a minimum mandatory, right?
Yes.
A higher minimum mandatory than just possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, you would have gotten a higher penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
If you said you were the shooter, you probably wouldn't have gotten a deal either.
Yes, sir.
So you couldn't be the shooter.
I'm not the shooter.
Let's talk about reductions now. You know what gain time is?
Yes, sir.
Gain time is that you get a percentage off of your sentence.
Yes, sir.
That you'll serve potentially only 85% of the 19 years.
Yes, sir.
So instead of a 19-year sentence, you'll do approximately 16.
And a half. Yes, sir.
12 and a half already for federal,
Mm-hmm. Yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
A mere, if you can keep speaking up, I want to make sure everybody can hear. A mere 3.5 years on top of that. So 12.5 to 16, 3.5 years for putting 2 bullets in Professor Markel's head. That was the penalty that they gave you, right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of life or the death penalty.
Yes, sir.
And there's no probation on the back end.
No, sir.
You're free and clear.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said on direct examination that you don't think that the Bureau of Prisons is any better than the Florida Department of Corrections.
They're all the same.
Do you remember on October 2nd of 2019 sitting in that exact same chair?
Yeah, I remember.
And do you remember that there was a court reporter right there taking down everything that you were saying?
Yes, sir.
And that before you said anything from that stand, you agreed to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
So, counsel, 10-2. Your Honor, one brief moment.
Yes.
10-2 after. Pages 28 through 29. It's going to take me a second to pull this one up. Do you want me to just do it from here with you? Okay. 28, bottom. There you go.
Mother.
So, Mr. Rivera, again, we're talking about which facility is better. Do you remember being asked the question, in which facility is better, Leon County or the Federals, the Federal Detention Center? Answer, of course. Question, which ones? Answer, the Feds. Question, they got the better food? Answer, I ain't worried about the food, but it's better. Question, but it's just generally better, right? Answer, it's better.
Yes.
Okay, so the Feds are better.
It's better because I'm in a facility where I'm getting protected at. It's called Protect, where every gangs drop out. It's in that same predicament I'm in. That's why I say it's better.
Ah, okay. So in the Feds, he's got a dropout yard, right? That's why it's better. But I think it is a little better. I mean, it's not going to be much better. It's not club fed and all the rest of it like Christopher DeCoste and Tarek Awas want to make out like he's in a country club jail where the only thing softer than the pillows are the guards. He's got a widescreen TV right in his cell with him. He's got a personal chef in Club Fed.
Rivera, I don't want to confuse the jury here. What we're talking about is that the federal prisons, federal jails.
No, they're not better.
I know. Fucking mosquitoes, Victoria girl. It is, what time is it now? It is 11:01 in the morning. It is hot sunshine, and there's mosquitoes, aggressive mosquitoes. That, I mean, they seem to be getting more intelligent. And, you know, it's personal. They attack me. And they come near my ear with that noise. Ah, it's horrible. And it used to be that they only came out at night. Even in the tropics. What is going on?
Just where I'm at right now is better for me. I feel safe right now where I'm at. Where I was before, I wasn't feeling safe. They try to kill me.
Your commissary list in federal includes things like slippers and butterscotch candies, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luis Rivera's sitting in fucking his beautiful, comfortable cell in Club Fed, wearing slippers and eating butterscotch candies all day. You know, thinking about the old times when he used to run Miami. Just butterscotch after butterscotch, feet nice and toasty warm in those comfy slippers. Yep, I'd take it.
State, you're lucky to get a towel.
I've never been in state, so I don't know.
But you're telling this jury that you know that one is better than the other.
That's what I hear.
Okay. So, again, what we're talking about is what you get from your deal.
I assure you, Albert, I don't have sweet blood. I don't drink alcohol. I don't eat candy. Well, I do eat candy sometimes, but not much, you know. I'm pretty much 100% alkaline. You know, I'm Mr. Chalk. Mr. Chalk. That's what they call me, Mr. Chalk.
You get protection from them, and you need it, right?
Yes, sir.
You need protection from the Latin kings, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You've sent them letters begging for help.
Yes, sir, I did.
Yeah, the rain gets intense here too. It's fun. It's like monsoon rain you get down in the south of Portugal sometimes, and it's cool. It's like a real sense of occasion. You know, the seasons are changing, and yeah. We might go down to the shoreline and check some of that out soon.
You also need them for help on that probation violation hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've tried to get them to help you so that you don't get penalized, because Miami's your home turf.
Yes, sir.
Miami's different. They were after you for a while, and you know that.
Yes, sir.
You know the gang's prosecutor specifically knows who you are and was hoping to get a chance to go after you. Right?
Now he's evolved. Oh, he's talking about the Latin Kings prosecutor. Okay, right. I thought he'd evolved his language to just referring to the government as the big gang, the biggest gang. But you have the biggest gang protecting you, don't you? Mr. Rivera, you have that gang, don't you? The federal government.
Yes, sir.
You need them, right?
Yes.
And they need you.
Yes, sir.
With that need for protection of your life, be it either 15 years or being killed, that puts you on their leash, right?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what you have to give. We talked about what you get.
Georgia Kappelman's got her head in her hands now, like, don't say yes to that. That puts you on the government's leash, don't you? They just have to pull that leash, don't they? The government pull that leash, and then you do what they say, don't you? You sit down. You beg for a treat, don't you, Mr. Rivera? You want that butterscotch, don't you? You want those slippers, don't you?
The butterscotch candies, the protection. Now let's talk about what you have to give. You have to testify.
Yes, sir.
You have to testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
Completely
Yes, sir.
and repeatedly
Yes, sir.
in this trial
Yes, sir.
and in any future trials.
Yes, sir.
And if you fail, then you're violated by the agreement, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what really puts you on their leash, right?
Yes, sir.
You have to do whatever they say,
Yes, sir.
or they violate you.
Yes.
And what's worse, it's up to them to determine whether you've been violated or whether you violated, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about now. So we talked about what you...
Hey, UK girl Patricia, I never saw the point in Werther's... Oh. Okay. Hang on, I think there's a motocross. It's not a dog! It's not a dog! I never saw the point in Werther's original. Cadbury's Eclairs, they were good, if you don't like having teeth. If you want a good way to get rid of all your teeth, have Cadbury's Eclairs. Cold, like a little bit less than room temperature. Just store them outside in November and then eat the whole bag and you will have no teeth.
You get what you give for the cooperation. Let's talk about your cooperation now. Let's talk about the first name that you named, Wendy Adelson. You said that on July 17th,
Victoria girl, why has everything with you come down to a recipe? Let's have a look at this. Mosquito repellent, 1 cup water, 1 teaspoon vanilla, 10 drops cinnamon oil. Oh, where's it gone? God damn it. 10 drops cinnamon oil, or 1 teaspoon cinnamon. Put in a spray bottle. You smell like a bakery as well, and be mosquito free. Oh, I might try that. Sounds Sounds like a delicious way to stay safe. And, you know, there's a lot of flies in the day. The fucking aggressive, flesh-eating, carnivorous flies do my fucking head in. And somebody told me, get a basil plant, or basil, whatever. You know, get a fresh basil plant and have that. And it's somewhat effective. Apparently they don't like the aroma of basil. And, yeah, but I think I need about 50 of them. So maybe we should do some, what do you call it? Shoots cuttings of the basil plant. But, yeah, it seems to be somewhat effective. All natural remedies at True Crime Metrics. Sponsored this video.
2014, that you saw her on Trescott. This is the same street that you shot the guy on.
Yes, sir.
You actually saw her at the same house, right? The same house where you committed the murder.
I didn't see her at the house. I seen a few houses from the house.
Are you sure?
On the same street?
You didn't see her walk down the driveway and into the house?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so let's be clear. You saw her at the
Slow down.
I will. Fair, that's a fair request.
Slow down, man. Slow down. I love the way Luis Rivera dictates the pace of this cross-examination. He's done it on several occasions.
You saw her at Professor Markel's house, the same house that you drove down the driveway and shot the guy in the garage.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you first saw her, she was walking towards you and Garcia in the car.
Yes, sir.
You saw her face,
Yes, sir.
her light eyes.
I'm driving.
You don't remember seeing her eyes?
I seen her.
You didn't see
I seen her
green?
face. She got light eyes.
You didn't see her green? You didn't see her green blue eyes?
Yes, sir.
You saw her green blue eyes.
Green, blue eyes.
I can put this down now, right?
Put it right there.
Okay. You saw her blonde hair.
Motorbike.
Yes, sir.
You saw her with two young boys.
Okay,
Yes, I
good
did.
job. You want a cookie?
Now, later in time,
You
we're
can
going to
have
jump
a
ahead
cookie.
right now for a second, but we're going to come back. Later in time,
Look at this
law
one.
enforcement presented you with a
Oh,
photographic
this is
lineup,
a
right?
Very good one.
To identify that woman.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Ready, jump up.
And you identified somebody and you signed the picture, right?
Yes, I did.
Be quiet.
Now we'll go back to you in the car seeing this woman. You ask Garcia, and Garcia says, that's her. That's Wendy, right?
Yes, sir.
That she came to confirm, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when this woman that you allegedly saw goes into the house.
Well, there's a ton of eucalyptus trees around here. I mean, if they don't like eucalyptus, why are they all here, bothering me? A lot of oil. I mean, maybe we could go and get some oil right from the tree. You just have to drill. What do you call it? Like one of those. What do you call it? A borehole drill. And then you plug the stump after you're finished so it doesn't get sick, the tree. Maybe we should try that. That'd be cool. How natural is that?
Right?
Yes, sir.
She walks down the driveway, the same driveway that you drove down,
Yes, sir.
with the two little kids,
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
and goes into the house.
Yes.
You ask Garcia again, before he calls Katherine, as you allege, and he says that she's here to check on the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony and your claims is that Garcia calls Katie before you get to the hotel, right?
Yes, sir.
And that this is all before 12 noon, the day before the murder.
I don't remember the time, but yes, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to watch a clip from your October 4th interview?
Go ahead.
I would object to refreshing in the presence of the jury.
You can't refresh his recollection and play this in front of the jury.
So, Your Honor, this is where what's happening right now is this is going to get played to the headset so he can listen to it.
Okay, you can play it to him in the headset.
That's what's happening.
All right.
Mr. Rivera, can you put that headset on? Your Honor, if I could put a witness.
Ken?
Judge, could the defense provide a line and page number for the rest of us?
It's a video, and it is 10/4/2016 at 11:08:17.
You don't have the page.
So we don't have
line.
anything on paper?
No, it's a video.
And you haven't provided anything for the state to see it at the same time?
Your Honor, this is their video. And the witness is illiterate.
Just put up a poll in the comments, guys, for whether or not Luis Rivera can really read. You know, it seems like that would come in handy. You know, whatever. You might not be a law professor or a medical school dentist, but reading comes in handy. You know. It seems like that should have been a priority for him at some stage in his life if he can't read. I mean, I don't know. I think he can certainly read better than what he lets on. I mean, it's pretty convenient for him to say he can't read. Or is it convenient? I mean, how does that really help him to say he can't read? I don't know. It just seems a bit... Christopher DeCoste thinks he definitely can.
How long is the refreshing portion?
I would imagine maybe about 30 seconds.
Okay, maybe I can just listen to it after he listens to it? Or before?
Whatever's good for them. I can play it for the government right now.
All right, go ahead and play it for the witness.
Can you hear that?
No. No.
Your Honor, what I can do is this. You take those off. At a break, I can play it for the government, and then we come back to that form, okay?
All right, if we need to, but I mean, he can't refresh his recollection unless he can hear it.
Correct, Your Honor. I just don't want to play it too loud.
All right.
So, Mr. Rivera, you don't remember the time that the phone call was made?
Yes, sir. I don't remember.
All right. Now, let's talk about connections. First, between you and Sigfredo Garcia. You guys met when you were young, right?
Yes, sir.
You went to school together.
Yes, sir.
Stay up. All right. You and Garcia, you went to school.
Another thing for the community, guys. How do we find a photograph of Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia at 6 years old playing in a sandbox? Because I'd love to see that. I would really, really love to see that. How do we do that? Do we reach out to their people? What happens?
School together.
Yes, sir.
Elementary school.
Yes, sir.
Biscayne Beach.
Yes, sir.
Went to middle school together.
Yes, sir.
At Nautilus.
No.
Where'd you go? Middle school.
Jam at Opportunity School.
Then you went to high school together at Miami Beach Senior High.
No.
Where'd you go to high school?
I went to Miami Beach Senior High School. I don't remember seeing him there.
Now, it's in high school that you meet Katherine, right?
Yes.
You guys are young. You're teenagers when you all meet,
Yes, sir.
right? You had known Sigfredo since you were little.
Yes, sir.
Sigfredo meets Katherine in high school.
Yes,
You
sir.
meet her through him in high school.
Yes, sir.
Now, you ultimately dropped out.
I didn't drop out. I went to jail. I had no choice but not to go back to school.
I didn't drop out. I went to jail. Oh. Imagine saying that in a Mr. Rivera, that you didn't complete high school and that you dropped out. Man, I didn't drop out. I went to jail.
Katie went on to graduate.
Yes, sir.
Went to college.
Yes, sir.
Graduated again.
Objection,
Yeah.
asked and answered.
Your Honor, that,
Continue.
if I could, the second question was graduated from college. The first one was graduated from high school.
Right, but we've
All
already
right,
established
you already
that as
asked that
well.
before, but I'll allow it again if you know the answer to that.
Yes.
Now let's talk about Garcia and Katie. And they were very much high school sweethearts, right?
Yes.
Okay, the word missing, KLK, is think. Do you think Luis Rivera can read? Yeah. I can't read. Or write, apparently.
Bad boy and the good girl.
Yes, sir.
And while still young, they have 2 kids together,
Yes, sir.
while Katie is still in school.
Yes, sir.
Now, Garcia, he tried his best to support, to give for the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that within your culture, that is a main priority. I'm not talking about the gang culture. I'm talking within your community, the community that Sigfredo Garcia is a part of, just like all communities, that it is a main priority to take care of your children.
Of course.
Now, Sigfredo Garcia himself, he never went to college.
I don't know. Well, maybe no.
This is a guy you refer to as your brother. You don't know if he went to college?
Yeah, he's smart. I mean, I don't see why. No, he didn't go to college.
He was not steadily employed,
No.
worked odd jobs
Yes, sir.
that include dealing drugs
Yes, sir.
consistently.
Yes, sir.
Now, you sold drugs, right?
Yes, sir.
Cocaine and marijuana.
Probably my whole life. Yes, sir.
It's a cash business, right?
Yes, sir.
At least in 2014, before things.
Hey, Victoria girl, you're getting very good at this. This has to be a t-shirt. A shirt. I didn't drop out. I went to jail. Okay, we're writing it on the list. But we have a mission today. We have a commitment to our good friend riding shotgun, one of our fantastic moderators at True Crime Metrics, and we've got 2 t-shirts or mugs or just general merchandise. What that merchandise is going to be, who knows? It's going to be at least t-shirts and mugs. Hang on, let me just write this down. I didn't drop out. I went to jail. I love it, Victoria girl. That is definitely going to be a merch in the merch store. merch.truecrimemetrics.com very, very soon. What are the 2 t-shirts that were coming out today? I just need to check on Discord. Discord. It will be, this is my commitment. I'm not doing anything, I mean, aside from this stream, anything until these 2 merchandise things are made. And that thing is powers of content shall be exercised, and I was with Taco up in Broward. Alright, that may not sound very exciting to you now, but wait until you see the merch drop in the shops later. Also, we've got a full range, and I'm going to drop this when we do the Wendy Adelson video that's been in the pipeline for a while now, is the full range. At least 3 independent collector's item kosher style t-shirts. I think it's going to be a hit. I think it's going to be a big moneymaker, and everyone's going to be very happy with their full selection of kosher style merchandise products from True Crime Metrics, only on True Crime Metrics. I think we're going to be the first people in the market. Don't go and look it up now. Come to us, because ours will be the best. merch.truecrimemetrics.com. Yeah, it's gonna be a busy weekend, guys. Busy
Like
weekend.
Venmo, if you don't know what that is, or Cash Apps.
No.
Everything, when people bought drugs, they gave you cash, right?
Yes, sir.
You know, Venmo and Cash App, you can't get that unless you're a United States citizen. People are always asking me, they say metrics. What would be a great way to support the channel? Why don't you have Cash App? Why don't you have Venmo? I say I'm not a United States citizen. But we do have buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics, which is a fantastic way to support the channel.
Now, on at least one occasion, you've robbed drug dealers with Sigfredo Garcia.
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
It's called a drug rip, right?
Yes, sir.
You go to a drug dealer's house, you go in, you steal their stash and their money.
Give me everything. Give me everything. I'd pay good money to answer my front door and have Luis Rivera standing outside with a gun saying, "Give me everything." That just sounds cool as fuck. I'd be like, okay, take the whole house. Take the whole house. And, you know, give me everything.
Yes, sir.
And from that, you get cash.
Yes, sir.
Now, ultimately, when we're talking about Sigfredo Garcia, there was a breakup. There was many breakups, right?
Yes, sir.
But around the time of the homicide, Katie, who met this bad boy at a young age and had kids and forever tied herself to this man, she kicked him out.
Yes, sir.
You remember that.
Yes, sir.
But they stayed in constant communication because of the kids.
Yes, sir.
And look, he was a bad husband/boyfriend, but he was a good father, right?
Of course.
He provided.
Yes, sir.
He provided with cash support to Catherine
Yes, sir.
for the kids.
Yes, he did.
All right. You were asked about Instagram. You remember that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. You're on a May approach?
May.
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you the pre-market defense 9. You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
You know that that's your a photo of your Instagram account, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that that's a photo of your Instagram account because you set it up yourself.
Yes, sir.
And that's fair and accurate.
Speaking of Instagram, guys, follow us on Instagram at instagram.com/True Crime Metrics. Link in the description. We've got a fantastic Instagram account where we don't just post our video updates, but we also include, I saw a picture of a red velvet cake yesterday and it made me think of Judge Everett, so I put it on Instagram. How great is that? Come and join us to look at pictures of red velvet cake all day long on Instagram. Fantastic. Instagram.com/True Crime Metrics. Let's get that follower count rising, guys. Let's get it rising right up high. And it's going to be fantastic, guys.
Accurate depiction of what one would see if they don't follow you on Instagram, but when it looked you up.
Yes, sir.
Defense office and evidence was in pre-market defense 9.
No objection.
Be admitted as defense exhibit 9.
You're on that photo.
You may.
All right, so Mr. Rivera, you got 1,282 posts, 72 followers, 126 following, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you say that you told the government about this post that you put up there. It was a lion.
A what?
You said that you put a post of a lion.
Yes, but that's not a lion. I took a picture of a lion. Yes.
Okay, let me back up because I don't want to confuse you. It wouldn't be fair to you. So
That was a bit patronizing, Chris. Let me back up because I don't want to confuse you. It wouldn't be fair to you. And this process is very fair to you, Mr. Rivera, because you have the biggest gang right here, don't you, Mr. Rivera? The government, the federal government protecting you. You have that gang, don't you?
you said that you were in Tallahassee and that you posted something and you alleged that Catherine got on the phone and was like, take it down, and gave you an order, right?
Yes, sir.
People don't give the boss of the Latin Kings orders, do
She
they?
didn't give me no boss. She told him.
All right. And you followed this alleged order and you took it down, right?
Yeah.
And you followed this alleged order that probably didn't happen, right? That's what we're to believe. The boss of the Latin King took orders from a woman.
Now, of course, the government then sent a subpoena to Facebook to get your records, just like they did for Miss Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, sir.
They did do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'd be able to see if that actually ever happened, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Mr. Rivera, I want
Up
to talk
here,
to you
sir.
about your mental
Come
health.
here, up here. Inside.
You
Speak to your
at a
public.
young age you were diagnosed.
Jump up. Very nice.
As bipolar, right?
Oh, look
Yes,
at
sir.
that. That is
And
very
with that
nice.
comes things like mood swings.
Yes, sir.
Also, at around the age of 10 years old, you were diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Yes, sir.
And that comes with delusions and hallucinations, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, although you were diagnosed at the age of 10 years old, this is something that you live with throughout your life, right?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2004, now, right now, you're getting treatment through the Bureau of Prisons, right?
No, sir.
But back in 2014, you were self-medicating, right?
Yes, sir.
Although right now you're sober, but back then it was alcohol on every trip, right?
Yes, sir.
Cocaine, every trip, all the time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were taking Molly like candy.
Yes, sir.
If you could explain to the jury what Molly is.
I don't know how to explain that.
Molly's sort of like the drug ecstasy, correct?
Like ecstasy, yep.
It's sort of like the effects that you would have when you take cocaine, right?
Well, not
that
really.
It enhances your mood.
Yes, sir.
Whereas other drugs bring you down, like the medications for those mental health illnesses. You're taking drugs that are ramping you up, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we talked about the information.
Beside
that
an
you did.
increase in heart rate, I'd say that there is zero similarity between the effects of cocaine and the effects of MDMA. What the fuck?
It's Wendy Adelson. Let's talk about the core of this case now. What you say or claim Katherine Magbanua did. Ultimately, she is the one in the middle, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first thing that you say is that you had conversations, and we're talking about the 3 points, 3 pieces of evidence that you claim to have against Miss Magbanua. Your conversations with Garcia, that Katie was hiring him, that's part of your testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
That you were somehow just like an assistant.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, I'm going to ask you an open-ended question. When did you find out it was going to be a murder?
Halfway up here.
One brief moment, Your Honor, to switch
Yeah.
over here. Mr. Rivera, you remember.
What do you think, Soap? Should we do another plug? If you're liking the video, guys, don't just leave a like on the video. Also send us super chat, super sticker, super thanks, and support the coffee. Support the coffee. Support the coffee on truecrimemetricscup.coffeeshop.com, where you can support the coffee and drink all your coffee, but pour it into our cup before you do. And, you know, why not throw in a Danish pastry or a Chelsea bun, okay? A Chelsea bun and a Danish pastry at support the Metrics Cup coffee.com, link in the description. And yeah, it's needed. It's really, really needed. So please do consider that if you can. If not, go away and stop taking things for free. And we don't want your view count. We don't want your pointless, worthless, useless comments. All this nice guy persona is just a ruse. It's just a ruse. We don't care about you. We want your money, your coffee. So please, support the channel and don't let us die. Don't let us die. Don't let us die like a dog in the ditch. The triple D diagnosis. The dog ditch dead. The dead dog in a ditch. Don't let that happen. Let us thrive. Let us grow. Let us be. Let us grow with you. On top of you. Forever. In peace. On buymeacoffee.com. Prime Minister of Turkey, we know you're watching. King of Bangladesh, listen to me now. Support the channel. Become a lifetime member on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime metrics, you click memberships, you scroll down, you see the list of memberships, you go to the Life Without Parole membership, and you click purchase. King of Israel. Not King of Israel. King of Bangladesh. And Prime Minister of Turkey. Do it.
On October 4th of 2016, right after you enter into the deal to cooperate the day before, where you met with Agent Sanford, with Investigator Isom, with Investigator Monica Jordan, and your attorney, Mr. Collins, that you met with them all to give your proffer, your information about the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, before that meeting, you swore to tell them the truth and the whole truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony a moment ago is that you found out halfway up here, right?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hold on. This hasn't been admitted into evidence.
Correct, Your Honor. This is impeachment.
What's your objection?
Improper impeachment, Your Honor.
This is a 30-second clip directly on this point.
All right, you may proceed.
That caused you to come to Tallahassee the very first time?
I don't know why Pat Sanford always annoys me. He annoys the fuck out of me. I'm just looking at the side of his body now. He's the one with his hand on opposite the guy drinking out of a coffee cup. I hope that's a Metrics coffee. Yeah, the guy in the green shirt. Just the side of his body and head annoy me. I can't stand that guy. I really, really don't like him. You know. Yeah, he might have done a good job. I'm not saying he didn't do a good job. I just don't. I've got no warmth for him whatsoever. Craig Isom, I'd love to hang out with. I'd love to just spend some time with. We could go to a car museum together. You know, he could spend all day in the gift shop. Holiday weekend. You know, he'd be really like welcoming and hospitable if he invited you round to his house, and so would I. Pat Sanford would be stressed all the time. Don't touch that! That's not where that goes! You know, it would just be annoying. His wife, I mean, I bet he's got a horrible wife. Craig Isom's wife is a queen, you know, and she's treated like one.
He was coming up here. I told him to come here also. You know? So when I get in the car, that's when Garcia told me, what we coming up here for? Coming here to kill.
Should we review the Luis Rivera proffer? We haven't done that yet. Sometimes people ask me for it. And I'd never really listened to those people or give it much consideration. But maybe we should.
So before you got in the car, you had a conversation with Sigfredo Garcia, Tudo, at your house. And he says he wants you to go with him to Tallahassee to do a drug robbery. I understand when he was talking to me. First I thought it was going to be like a robbery. Just a robbery. I thought it was going to be a simple robbery. But then as we kept going on talking about it, that's when he told me. Yes.
We'd have to clean up the audio. Maybe we'd get some people appreciating just the audio cleared up on the proffer, because it's really bad. And we've got this great software now where we can clean up the audio. Maybe we'll do that.
You come up here for a job. I'm finna get hired. You get hired, but to kill someone. And you already left, or is that before you? No, I was still in my house. Okay. Then I got to the car. We got in the car, and he told me, "You're gonna come up here. And I want to kill this guy. You're gonna get paid this much, $35,000." So I looked at him. I think that's a little bit of money, but all right, whatever. Let's try. We drive. He showed me a picture of Markel. That's the first time I seen a picture of him, and I heard his name. He told me his name. This is the guy who was serious. His name is Markel. I don't need the name. Forget about the name because I'm not going to know the fucking name. Just show me the picture. I just seen the picture and I looked at him. So I like to go over here.
what you're driving at, Irene. We should sell pens and wide-ruled notebooks. Well, I don't know if they're wide-ruled, but we can put notebooks on the True Crime Metrics merch shop, I think. You know, there's kind of a selection of products that we can put out. We're thinking about more baby products. We've got baby grows, diaper bags. A Katherine Magbanua diaper bag. That'll be good. Yeah, but we can... There's no pens, unfortunately, but we can put notebooks, but they're not wide-ruled. But I'm not sure why you're saying wide-ruled anyway. For Lewis, because he can't read, or what? I don't know.
I hate to interrupt you, but I want to make sure we're talking about the first trip. The first trip. And you rated the car?
No, the car was not on there.
Okay. Is it a
Hey, Kaza T, you should check out Derek's actual band. It's called... Hang on, what's it called? Black Country Communion, and it's very, very good.
car?
It was a rental car.
Rental car. Who rented the car?
It was Garcia. He came with the car.
He came with the car.
He came with the car. He came. I was at my homegirl's house. Rochelle. He picked me up and I left.
This is a lot longer than 30 seconds, Krista Coast. I thought you said it was a 30-second clip directly on this point. Looks like we're watching the whole damn thing.
You know, they know what's up.
They called you, said,
He already told me the story. He rented the car and came to pick me up that same day. He said, yo, I'm on my way. He picked me up.
How do you like Stevie Winwood, Derek?
It was Wednesday night. It was Wednesday.
You knew that the purpose of him renting the car was to drive to Tallahassee with her?
Yes, sir.
So he already told you, I'm going to rent a car? Or he shows up and says, I'm renting a car?
No, he said, I got to rent a car. He ready to rent a car. He said, I'm going to go rent a car.
So you knew that the story, the first version, is that you're coming up here to rob somebody, you're going to go rent a car.
Yeah.
But it changed to murder before or after you rented the car.
No, before he rented the car. Remember, who was in the house speaking about it?
It's got to be down there.
I didn't want you to get confused and go back and forth.
I think I'm in a Stevie Winwood mood today. I'm going to listen to some Traffic later. Yeah, maybe a bit of Blind Faith. He's got the vocals, and he's got the magic touch on those black and whites, for damn sure. What are we calling him? I guess you'd call him an organ player, really, but, you know, he does piano too. Keyboards. Yeah, definitely put some Traffic on later. Go for a drive and listen to some Traffic.
Exactly. I'm trying to.
So I want to be straight up. It's all there. Let's just make sure everything's all right.
It's okay, Albert. The clip's over now. I don't think much was said.
So, Mr. Rivera, your testimony on direct examination was halfway up there,
Yes,
but
sir.
in your statement that you made in 2016, years ago, your testimony was that there was a conversation at the house before the first trip, before the car was even rented, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were asked that in that interview, you didn't say, oh, look, I don't remember, but I think it was this, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't say that when the government asked you the question either, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the defense has a CD of that. It's been pre-marked as Defense 7. We'd like to offer it into evidence and offer the truth of the matter asserted.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. He's admitted to making the statement. How does it come in as evidence? I mean, it's already been published, so I don't know what difference it makes, but I still don't think it's admissible.
All right, it's marked as what exhibit?
It's pre-marked as Defense 7.
It will be admitted as defense 7.
And is that the entire interview?
No, it's just that close. We would
check
prefer
it
to
out,
enter
guys.
in the entire.
We've got our little merch popping up on the video there. That's cool. Our new software is going to take True Crime Metrics into the next zone, guys, okay? It's so good. I love the new software. I'm just got to figure out the background color to this chat because we've got the chat, but it's got this black background color, which I don't like. I want transparent. But we're going to figure that out soon, guys. We're going to figure that out real soon.
if the government would allow.
We're not talking about that right now.
Understood, Your Honor. So, Mr. Rivera, that's the first thing that you talked about.
Steely Dan are one of the best bands ever, I think. I mean, you know, what a group. What a group.
That you gave to the government is the direct evidence against Miss Magbanua, your conversations with Garcia, right? And now the next thing that you claim is Garcia's calls with Katherine, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of those was the phone call that was placed after the murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Where you claim that he said it's done and that she says, I know.
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, right?
Yes, sir.
Again, you had your discovery, right? Through your attorneys.
Yes, sir.
And in that, it had reports and it had an explanation that there was phone calls at certain times, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't have to make up that the phone call happened, right?
No,
All you had to do was make up what was said.
I didn't make up nothing.
Let's talk
Is
about
that
the
true?
third. Let's talk about the third thing. July 19th, Saturday morning. Now, you claim that you were at the barber shop, right?
Yes, sir.
Now that barber shop is called King Ray's.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, that's R-E-Y-E. And that's up on 135th and Biscayne, right?
Yes, sir.
Here, I won't read them all, I'll just roll the cabinet.
Yeah.
Let me show you now. So, Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as the defense demonstrative. You recognize that this building right here in the middle, right?
Yes, sir.
That's where Jessica lived, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, for correction, on direct examination, Ms. Kappelman told you that it was 151515 Northeast 135th. There's a refresher recollection if I tell you.
Yeah, I like Leonard Cohen, unless that Julia Felix is trying to get involved. I mean, shut up, Julia.
It was 1505.
Captain Beefheart, now you're talking. Don Van Vliet. Yeah. Now, settle this for me, Patricia Burns. What is a better album? The Spotlight Kid or Clear Spot? You know, they've both got leading tracks. I like the cover of Clear Spot better, where he's wearing that triangle Chinese hat. That's fantastic. Yeah. What is that song, the great one, near the end? It's like the penultimate song. It's Big Eyed Beans from Venus, followed by Golden Birdies. You know, the drumming in Golden Birdies, it always sounds like it's being upside down to me. How does Captain Beefheart make that happen? How do you make a drummer sound like he's playing the drums upside down? A lot of practice. But then Clear Spot's got great tracks too. Glider and Blue Million Miles. Well, yeah, we're going to have a Captain Beefheart day. Traffic and Captain Beefheart today. On the radio. All day.
No.
All right, but you agree with me that that's our building right there in the middle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on Saturday morning, July 19th, you leave that location, right? You playing?
Yes, sir.
Can you still see Jessica's location right here in the middle?
Yeah.
You would agree with me that that map is accurate?
Yes, sir.
Now, panning out even more. Now, you lived in Miami your whole life, right?
Of course.
So you know the maps of Miami.
Yes, sir.
You have Jessica right here, 1505, Northeast 135th, right?
Yes, sir.
It just looks like a GTA map. I think that's where the new GTA is going to be. I'm not much of a gamer, as anyone follows this channel knows, but I do like Grand Theft Auto here and there. And the map looks like that. I think that's where the next one is. It's set in Miami, or fictional Miami or something.
16 runs
Right there.
north to south, right there.
Udi, Big Wrench. How you
She's
doing?
down here at 1505. King Ray's is north up here, right?
Yes.
It's a barbershop you go to every single Saturday, so you know exactly where it is.
Yes, sir.
Now, you'd agree with me that this is panning out even more, right?
Yes, sir.
So you've got Jessica's right here.
Yes.
It's Saturday morning. You're up here at King Ray's.
Yes.
And you claim you get a phone call and rush right back.
Yes, sir.
This is Normandy Isle, right?
Yes, sir.
And Normandy Isle is where the mother of your other children, right?
Yes, sir.
Now that's Annie Diaz, right?
Yes.
Annie Diaz, her family, your kids, that's where they live.
Yes, sir.
And just so that we're clear, what we're talking about is that this island right here is Normandy Island.
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, this is Normandy again right here. So Jessica, King Ray's, Normandy, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's go through what you say happens the morning of July 19th. So you claim,
I think if you're the boss of the Latin Kings, you need to get your hair cut every Saturday. You know, you got to have that square shaved into your forehead every Saturday.
that Katie called you, right?
It's funny when he's got his arrest video and he comes in without a haircut. It's all curly and sort of, you know, a mess.
Yes, sir.
Now, the discovery, the reports said that there was a phone call on July 19th between you and Katherine, right?
Yes, sir.
But it didn't say who called who, right?
No.
You say that she called you, but in fact, the call detail records and evidence showed that you called her.
I can call her.
Do you have any reason to believe that the cell phone records are inaccurate?
I don't know nothing about no cell phone records.
All right. So you then call Rivera.
Yes, sir.
Now, Rivera spelled Hibaro,
Don't know how to spell it.
but you do know that he's a Latin king.
Was.
He died.
If he'd have said yes to that, Christopher DeCoste would have been like, I thought you didn't know how to read. Nice little trap, Christopher DeCoste, but it didn't work with Luis Rivera, you know. That would have been the perfect thing to cast doubt, wouldn't it? Now, Hibaro is spelled Hibro. Yep. Ah, it's funny, I thought you didn't know how to read or spell. Maybe you've been lying about other things in your testimony.
In 2017,
Yes, sir.
after the murder and after your arrest and after your cooperation.
Yes, sir.
He goes by the name of King Anthony.
Yes, sir.
You had him go pick up Sigfredo Garcia
Yes, sir.
to help them apparently get to Jessica's house for this meeting.
I know, you have to get up pretty fucking early in the morning to catch Luis Rivera with his pants down. It's not gonna happen.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you also claim that while you're at the barbershop, King Ray's, which is north of that little red dot, that Jessica Rodriguez called you, right?
Yes, sir.
And said, Katie and Garcia are at the house.
Yes, sir.
So you rush from King Ray's down to Jessica's house. You claim that you rushed from right here down.
King Reyes. Reyes is kings, right? So the barbershop is called King Kings? That just sounds like, I don't know, like superfluous.
Here, right?
Yes, sir.
Come on. Now, when you get there, you claim that Katie and Garcia are there, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had your cell phone, the cell phone that you use on you when you were at the barbershop, right? And that's how these communications
I have
were
two
happening.
cell phones.
But obviously, the phone that you're using to communicate with Miss Magbanua, I don't know, it's turned off. the phone that you're using to communicate with Ms. Magbanua, obviously you have that in your possession, right? It's not somebody else having those phone calls.
I have one and the other one had an Anthony.
Okay. You have a phone on you that you're using to communicate with Ms. Magbanua, right?
Yes, sir.
What is your explanation to the jury why that phone that's communicating with Ms. Magbanua is right there when the phone calls are happening in Normandy Island and not where you claim it to be?
I have two phones. Anthony had my other phone, and he's going that way to go pick up Tuto. It's right around the corner, not too far from each other. That same little area where Shrimp lived at.
Mr. Rivera, you've given 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just need another 5 likes on this video. Please, if you have not liked the video already, but you're still here, you're obviously here good enough to watch, so why not leave a like on the video? That would do us a favor.
5, 6. This is your 11th time testifying. Have you ever said that before? That you gave your phone to King Anthony, and that's why your cell phone.
I believe I said it one time before. It should be on record, but I have said it one time before. And it's been a long time, been 8 years.
So that same phone that went with you to Tallahassee, the same phone that you had that was using for all the communication, just so happens to be that that phone is not in your possession. The one that's communicating, just like you're saying, was communicating with Miss Magbanua on that morning.
Yes, sir.
So then what's the other phone number? What's the other phone?
I don't know the number.
You never told them, right?
I don't know the phone number.
We don't have the cell phone records.
I can't remember. If I remember the phone, I can't remember. It's been 8 years total. Who's going to remember a phone number?
So let's go back in time to October of 2016 when you did that recorded interview. Did you say anything about this?
Can't remember if I did or not.
Your cooperation agreement is to give the complete truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Never said that, did you?
Can't remember.
In fact, you claimed that that number that ends in 8153, the one that's communicating with Miss Magbanua, the one that was on Normandy Island, doesn't fit your story, is in your possession, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about Jessica Rodriguez. She was interviewed about this meeting multiple times, right? You know that.
Yes.
About that morning.
Yes, sir.
Now, before they did one of the interviews, law enforcement allowed you to have a phone call with her from one of their phones that was unrecorded, right?
Yes, sir.
And then right after that, a female investigator, Investigator Bennett, on a recorded phone call that's recorded, had an interview with Jessica about what happened that morning. Right?
Yes, sir.
Have you heard what Jessica said happened?
No.
Now, going back to your discovery, the reports, you didn't have to make all this up, the communications, right? You just had to pepper in some small details so that you could get that deal, right?
No. Everything I said was the truth. I didn't make nothing up.
You didn't have the direction of the phone calls, but from the reports, you knew that there were phone calls in between certain people that morning, right?
Yes.
And that's why your story doesn't fit the evidence, right?
Yes.
Because you made up facts without knowing all the details.
I didn't make nothing up.
And you know the phrase that the devil is in the details, right?
I didn't make nothing up.
So let's talk about your prior meetings. Now, this is after you decide to cooperate. You meet with your attorneys a bunch. Basically, every time you called, they came, right?
Something like that.
Now, you had many meetings with law enforcement as well, right?
Yes.
On August 8, 2016, there was a setup where you're in a room with your attorneys, the agent, the federal agent, and Ms. Kappelman and other people, other prosecutors are in the other room, right?
Yes.
And messages are being passed
so
between
much.
them and the
Thanks
other
so much for the kind support, Victoria Girl. That's really appreciated, babe.
room. Your attorney's basically going from room to room, passing the message back and forth.
Yes, sir.
You cannot remember the questions.
No.
You cannot remember the answers.
No.
It was unrecorded.
Yes.
But you agree with me that on that day, no deal was struck.
No.
On September 29, 2016, you have the same setup. Your attorney running back and forth in between the rooms, right?
Yes, sir.
You're giving your version, all the information. You're showcasing what information you have, right?
Yes.
And it's unrecorded.
Yes, sir.
The following day, September 30th, there's a different setup where Agent Sanford, Investigator Isom are in the room with you and they're actually talking to you face to face. Now you're giving your statement directly to law enforcement at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
They know you have your discovery, right?
Yes, sir.
And they don't record that statement, right?
Yes.
On October 3rd, you meet with them again, and it again is unrecorded.
Yes, sir.
And it's not until after all of those rehearsals on October 4th, the video that we saw, that you're finally recorded.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, I need you to tell this jury the truth. Garcia came to you to commit this murder, but he didn't mention Katie, right?
Katie been involved the whole time, dog.
Garcia came to you and he didn't mention who was hiring him, right?
Yes, he did.
Now, you knew that cooperating just against Sigfredo Garcia, it wouldn't help you, right? You said that you know that.
She's the mastermind. She was in the middle of this.
But cooperating against Garcia, that's my question. You agree with me that that wouldn't help you?
No, I don't agree with you with that.
If you had just implicated Garcia, you already agreed you would not have gotten a deal. You know that, right?
Since day one, I mentioned her name.
They laid it out.
This is, the best thing that Christopher DeCoste has done so far, I think. I mean, I like him, don't get me wrong, but it's a hard sell when Lewis has given such good testimony to Georgia. But this is the point he should have run through the entirety of his cross-examination, that if, Lewis's deal depended on new information, not what the cops knew already. Even if he could back it up, it wouldn't have got him the deal that he got. He needed new information against a new conspirator. So Christopher DeCoste is now saying that you wouldn't have gotten that deal unless you implicated Katie in this. You had to give them something new, otherwise you wouldn't have gotten your deal. He really should have made that the thread that went through the whole thing of his. He should have kept coming back to that point in different ways. But we're getting quite near the end. I think there's more. I think it goes into the next day, this testimony. So we'll see if we continue or just come back to it for part 2. I don't know.
Out for you who they wanted, right?
No.
They told you. You
I
already
gave him the truth, bro. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you, man. I gave him the truth. Like it was Katie and Garcia.
I'm not gonna go
all
back
three
and
of us
forth
was
with you,
involved.
Mr. Rivera,
That's the truth, man.
Mr. Rivera, you've already agreed with me that you knew from the reports that the people that they wanted were Wendy Adelson and Katherine Magbanua. You have already agreed with me that you were in a tough position, and you already told this jury how.
That's true, but I'm still telling the truth. That
I
she was
understand.
involved
Let me
since
get
day
the question
one.
out. Let me get the question out. And you've already told this jury, right, that in your federal case, you took it and ran because you can't fight the feds, right?
That's true.
And that's what you did here. You took it and ran, and with it, you took Katie's innocence.
No, I'm not taking innocence. She's
Another good bit, but it just didn't really hit Chris. Why are you slipping, Chris? That was a good thing. You took it and ran because you can't fight the feds. He should have made sure that was the main point that hit home for the jury, but it just missed a little bit. It was lacking power, emphasis.
guilty, just like all three of us were guilty, man.
And the reason why you're okay, and we're talking about the truth that we're hoping to get here, that you blame Garcia for all of this, don't you? For getting arrested. You blame him.
Yes.
He messed up.
We all messed up.
No, but he used the phone and he called Harvey Adelson. You know about that, right?
Who?
You know that Sigfredo Garcia placed a phone call that ultimately got...
Was that all? There was plenty of other stuff leading back to the connection between the Latin Kings and the Adelsons guy. You know, it wasn't just the phone call to Sigfredo made to Harvey Adelson accidentally. I mean, I'm sure that didn't help, you know, but there was more to it than that.
Got you caught, right? You know that.
I can't remember that. Refresh my memory, please.
That second deposition? Pages 237 to 238. Now, Mr. Rivera, you can't read, right?
Yes, sir. I can't.
So, now, just a quick question on that. And I don't mean to make fun of illiteracy, but you went to high school until 15 or 16, right?
Yes, sir.
You then went to William Turner Tech High School, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you went to masonry class and you got OSHA certified, right?
Yes, sir.
Certified operator.
Yes, sir.
Heavy equipment and machines.
Yes, sir.
And you had to take a written test.
Yes, sir.
At USP Tucson, you're going to school to get your GED.
Yes, sir.
And you got it, right?
No. I wish I did.
But you did get your license. We know that from the citation, right?
Yes, sir.
To get your license in the state of Florida, you have to take a monitored written exam.
You just pay somebody and get your license and get out of it. You know people. I know people.
You just pay somebody and get your license and get out of there. Yeah, it's like, what planet are you living on, Krista Coast? These are gangsters. You just pay somebody for the fucking test results. It's laying blocks. The exam is you gotta lay blocks.
And you're okay with doing things like that?
I was fine with it.
Cheating the system?
I had to get my license some way, somehow. Huh?
Just like you had to get a
I
reduction
didn't cheat.
in your
I
sentence?
didn't cheat this system. I told nothing but the truth.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rivera, is the reason why you're saying illiterate is because you don't want to be confronted with your words?
No, I can't read, bro.
No.
I'm not gonna keep throwing in.
Thankfully, I thought about this. If I could have 1 second, Joe. Mr. Rivera, what I have for you here, the headset. Why don't you put that on? Your arm on?
Let me see what he got going on first.
You're gonna have somebody read it to him? Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah. Mr. Rivera, can you hear me? And resetting, Your Honor.
Mr. DeCoste, if you're gonna read it to him, you're still in front of the jury.
Oh, no, Your Honor, I'd walk away.
All right.
So why don't I do this to make it clear, because I know that you're on 1 to 5. I'll save this topic, all right, and I'll move on to a next one, and then I can give a stopping point because we're at a good one in a moment. All right. So, Mr. Rivera, we're gonna come back to that, okay? But do you deny that you believe that Sigfredo Garcia messed up when he used the phone?
Yes, sir.
You disagree that he messed up by using the phone?
Yeah, of course. If you use the phone, you messed up.
Okay. So then we don't have to go through this whole process. You agree with me that he used the phone, and ultimately that got you guys caught?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that gave you justification to take down him and his family, right?
So nothing but the truth.
To
Yeah.
take down him and his girl. You already told this jury, if you go against a Latin king, you're at risk, and so is your family, right? That's what you said. That's the code that you live by, right?
Yes, sir.
And he wronged you by getting you caught.
Yes, sir.
And you were able to justify taking him down and his family.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this would be a great point.
To stop?
Unless Your Honor wants me to keep going, but the next topic it's hard to get into and stop in the next couple of minutes.
All right. Okay. Why don't we stop for the day then? And we'll continue with the cross-examination in the morning. All right. And so I'll release you for the day. Again, the instructions not to have any conversations with anyone. Don't look at any local news or any other news. Don't have any internet research, anything like that. And we will see you back tomorrow again at 8:30, and then we'll start with the testimony in the morning, okay? All right, the deputy will take you out. We're still in session, so everybody please remain quiet in the courtroom.
Goddamn mute button. Yeah, Soap is sleeping. Soap, are you sleeping? Are you being good? Very good, very good. And what would you like to do today, Soap? You would like to see the beach. Is it true, Soap? Maybe that can happen, Soap. Maybe that can happen.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. And so,
Yeah, no, Kazati, check out Black Country Communion. If you like music of any kind, you know, it's good. It's great. I've got all their albums now, and they're going to be touring in Europe this coming summer. All sorts of places in Europe. Not Portugal. I think they're doing Ireland at some point. Did I get that right? I can't remember. I've got the dates. I'm sure Derek will let you know.
let's just go over a few things that we need to address from today, and then also how we'll be proceeding tomorrow. In regards to Ms. Kappelman, in regards to the co-conspirator,
I wonder if there's anything of note to observe here. Let's just give it a couple of minutes before we shut down. There's about 10 minutes of courtroom chatter outside the presence of the jury. Sometimes that's interesting, sometimes it's not, but we'll find out.
Hearsay that was set forth in the testimony. Do you want to put on the record what the independent evidence was so that the court can make a determination as to its admissibility?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to do that in the presence of the witness?
I guess that's right. We should probably excuse the witness for the day. So we'll take the witness out, and then we'll go ahead and we'll bring him back at 8:30. Is that fine? Okay, 8:30 in the morning. Thank you.
Man, there's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich waiting for Lewis right in his cell. Hang on, what has he got? He's got butterscotch candies and a pair of slippers.
All right, thank you for reminding me of that. Witness is out of the courtroom.
Yes, sir. So the independent evidence separate from Sigfredo Garcia's rendition to this witness of defendant's statements is that he overheard her voice over the phone indicating, being told that the job was done and indicating that she knew, indicating that she would retrieve the money the next day. And then she did retrieve the money the next day, delivered the money to this witness.
And Your Honor, unfortunately, that argument is going to fail for Ms. Kappelman because the object of conspiracy is completed once the object of the conspiracy is, which is the murder. So anything after the murder is completed doesn't apply to the co-conspirator. So that statement that he claims that he made was after the conspiracy. So that up until that point, she hasn't presented any independent evidence to this court that a conspiracy existed to allow all of the statements that occurred prior to that.
All right, Ms. Kappelman,
Sorry, I
doesn't
thought she was done when I was
okay? Doesn't the conspiracy end once the murder is complete?
No, sir. I believe payment for the conspiracy is part of the conspiracy. Payment for the murder.
And Your Honor, I just direct the court's attention to Brooks versus State. I believe that's one of the cases that makes it abundantly clear that any efforts afterwards do not go to the conspiracy, and that once the object of the agreement is completed, then the conspiracy part of it is over. But I'm just letting you know what my interpretation of the law is, and I believe I'm correctly relying on the right case. It's the same case that's cited throughout all of our motions in limine, Judge, the Florida Supreme Court case of Brooke versus State.
All right, Ms. Kappelman, do you have any case law to present to the court that the conspiracy continues after the murder is complete?
No, sir, I'll have to get that to you in the morning if that's acceptable.
All right, well, I'm going to have to see that because the case law that I've read up to this point is that
It looks like there's about an hour and a quarter of Luis Rivera giving testimony on the next day. I'm just thinking about whether we should do that now or come back for part 2 later on. Pretty low on battery here, 9%. We are on charge, but streaming takes about the same amount of battery as it's charging, so yeah, maybe we should come back. I think what we'll do is we'll come back for an afternoon special and then hit it at night as well. We'll do 3 streams today, guys. We've really got to max out the time online because, you know, the buy me a coffee, that's taking a bit of a hit. It used to be we had rich benefactors that were buying coffees all day long. Now it's less, so we're becoming more reliant on ad revenue. So the more time we spend online, the better, and then we can break into the new realm of True Crime Metrics, the fantastic new realm of True Crime Metrics. Or we will die cold and lonely, you know, without even the sanctity of a proper burial. What a sad day that would be, And it'll be all your fault. Okay, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com, guys, and yeah, we'll be back later on this afternoon after all you guys on the West Coast have finished your sleeping time and all of you guys on the East Coast have finally woken up. Yeah, but we'll be back in about 5 or 6 hours for a short special on finishing off Luis Rivera's testimony from 2022, and then we'll have an evening special for what? I don't know, but it'll be Adelson. I've been thinking to go through some Reddit comments. I thought it might be fun to discuss some Reddit comments with y'all and maybe try and find some related portions of video that we could put up against the Reddit comments. Just, you know, this is what it's going to look like. We'll go to Reddit, we'll type in Wendy Adelson and see what comes up. I think that might be an interesting thing to discuss with y'all on this channel, in this community, in this fantastic community. Or if anybody is on Discord, link in the description to Discord, guys. Don't be afraid. It's free, it's awesome, it's active 24/7 hours a day. And yeah, please do. If you've got a suggestion for Adelson related content, yeah, or any content, but primarily Adelson related content, please do let me know in Discord, or you can email us at truecrimemetrics@gmail.com. But, you know, also everybody should be on Discord. If you're in this community in the YouTube comments, but you're not on Discord, something is wrong with you and you need to see a doctor. Okay, so yes, and a special message to the King of Bangladesh and the Prime Minister of Turkey. Please do consider becoming a lifetime member of buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Memberships, you know, even though that we're about to close the stream, buymeacoffee.com stays active all damn day. Nothing is stopping you or us, or you from helping us and supporting us, you know. So thank you to the supporters in the channel today and for all the great comments at this early True Crime Metrics special. Good morning, Bangladesh, and good afternoon, Turkey. Time for lunch. We'll be back. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, everybody around the world. See you soon. Wow, that rhymed. Maybe that should be our new sign-off. Yeah, what was it? Good evening. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Hello, No, what was it? Hello, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody around the world. We'll see you soon at True Crime Metrics. I kind of like that. Okay, good night, guys. Good night, good night, good night. Get some sleep, Victoria girl. Okay, where's the off button? Signing off, True Crime Metrics. Good night.